Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to Bubble Man's World. Welcome to Hash Church episode 154. 2 away from our 3-year anniversary. I wanted to give a shout out to all the guys and gals hanging out in the chat room. Little Silver Diamond, Gianski's, OG Slabin, of course, Melty Heads, who gave us a good laugh this morning, and Sean8033 for joining me on my Wake and Bake the other day. And I guess I'm going to send out the links to our panel, our esteemed panel. So let's see how that works out. It's always interesting to see who will come in first. Generally, it's going to be Etienne for the most part. He seems to make it his way in first. Although I should say 155 of you have already made it in. So maybe Etienne isn't first. Maybe today he's going to be like 160th. All right. So been pulling off. Yeah, let's go indeed. Rand Core in the house. I think we should get going. Send out some links here. Oh, Etienne has seen the link. Oh, see, oh, and there it is. You know, it doesn't take Etienne very long. Within a minute, 2 minutes tops, and he's in the room. Welcome, Etienne.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, it's so nice to hear your voice, too. I thought you might have pulled one of these on me.
No, I restarted my computer beforehand to make sure I didn't.
Do you know how long I've been doing that for?
It's amazing because sometimes you don't, and everything works fine. In like last couple of weeks, everything I have it set up the night before, sit down and get out, and I'm like,
oh, I know it.
Oh, it's the worst.
I know, bro. Well, I hope you're having a good week this week. I'm looking forward to another nice episode of Hash Church. Nothing major planned, but I did invite in. I was asking Forever Flowering Greenhouses if he wanted to come back in. I invited Peter from Soil Balance and Wade and Forrest, of course, from the Caldrius Network and the House of Harlequin. And then the regulars, you know, lots of little regulars, D420K and Skunkman Sam and Tony and yourself and whatnot. So I don't know. I think it's you and me, and we should just puff a bowl. What do you say there, Etienne?
Oh, I think that's very doable. What you puffing on today?
I've got a little bit of full melt bubble hash that I'm working away on here.
What flavor?
This one is Holy Grail, but I do also have these. Hey, welcome, Mark Scialdone.
Hey, what's up, man?
I was just showing my entries that I have for the Karma Cup. I guess I get to be a judge for the solventless entries. So they sent me 11 different entries here. So throughout the episode, I may hit 1 or 2 and write a few things in my little book here. You know, with they got all the categories written up quite beautifully here for the Karma Cup.
How many
nice.
How many samples are you going through?
I've only got 11 to go through for solventless, but I mean, if you look at her actual contest. She's got indica, she's got bud hybrid, she's got shatter hybrid, shatter indica. You know, pages and pages and pages and pages of things. She gets a lot of entries into this contest.
So different people are judging different aspects. Like some people are handling the flowers, some people are handling the edibles, and
yep.
So these are experienced people, I take it, that are doing it, or they're people who pay to get these?
I think she has a selection of both people who are, I mean, the Karma Cup is kind of a roots cup. It's still very much like, it hasn't really transferred in, I'm not sure if you see it down in California. I would suspect you absolutely do. But here in Canada, there are these cup type events and there are these conference type events, and they are both very, very different. One is very roots, and one is very corporate. And so, you know, with the corporate events, for instance, at the end of the conference, everyone actually goes over to a bar and drinks alcohol. And so that's not happening at the Karma Cup. I mean, some people might go and enjoy an IPA or a beer or whatever, but for the most part, it's a puffing event for puffers. And that's exactly who will be there, hardcore puffers. How's it going, Sam?
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Is it a numerical scoring system in that little grid? Like, do you put like 3 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2?
Yes, exactly. It goes 1 to 9. And then the other cool thing is, once you've done all your voting, you can actually, she's given us a pass, right? You get your pass, and I won't show it, but on the back of my pass, there is a username and a password, and that allows me to go online and transfer all of my book information onto computers. So the book is really for you to have to keep your information, because who the hell is going to sit in front of a computer and puff 12 varieties and you know, I like to be around, out in the world, wake and bakes, end of the nights, all these different ways that I like to hit something.
That's a really smart way of doing it, because that way you can carry the book with you wherever you go. You know, you go along, and then when you sit down at the computer, put all the data in there. But the cool thing about having a numerical scoring system is now you can do statistics on it, and you can do data analysis, and you can do all kinds of different algorithms to look to see what kind of trends you see in the data. So that's totally cool.
And Sarah is very computer savvy. She worked for years in IT. She's a very smart, capable girl. And I would say that is exactly something she's going to be doing.
That's outstanding.
Yeah, people love data. Data is awesome. If you can get your hands on data and you're a data person, yeah, you love that. That's a good.
Exactly. Well, I'm going to start it off with a big old rip of some of this bubble hash. Hoping everyone's having a really nice Sunday afternoon, even though it's not afternoon yet, but it is afternoon for Skunkman Sam. And maybe...
Yeah, man, it's late afternoon.
Yeah, right. What are you, like, at 6 o'clock at night right now?
6:07.
All right. Well, here's the 6:07 in Amsterdam.
Whoop, whoop.
It's noon on the East Coast, so...
So what's happening in Pennsylvania there, Doc?
Oh, all kinds of things going on out here. So the first groups that have field tests harvests for hemp are happening like in this last week or so. And so a lot of hemp crops are getting mowed down, which is cool to see. And I was communicating with one Adam Thompson, who's a farmer up in Lycoming County in Pennsylvania, and they're turning their stuff into a seed oil. So they'll be selling hemp seed oil and making hemp seed oil from their small.
What's the variety? Do you know?
5 acre plot. I don't know, Sam. I think they shared it with me once before, and I think we talked about it on Hash Church, but I can get back to you on that.
Are they churning the tops back into the soil, or what are they doing?
You know, I don't know, and it would be a great thing to get them on the Hash Church sometime to talk about exactly what they're doing with it. There's only limited acreage plots, so they can't really do a whole lot in terms of scale of economy to actually make a profit. So they're very limited, and you have to be tied in with the university, and there has to be sort of like a purpose to what they're doing. I know that one of the plots is specifically for phytoremediation of a fouled former steel mining site where I guess they mine steel ore, and there's a bunch of, you know, maybe not desirable farm soil and maybe a lot of leftovers from the mining industry and the steel industry that just sort of left a field that was kind of like cruddy. It was too cruddy to plant corn, but they threw hemp seed down in it, and the hemp took off there. So I think part of it is to reclaim land, but each individual plot, I think, has to have some kind of research project with a local university tied to it. But I can get an update, and I'll come back on Hash Church and let you know.
I would give a shout out to Joe Strobel and Jeff Kime from Ontario. They were the ones that accidentally really kind of figured out the phytoremediation properties of cannabis by planting it on tobacco fields in between seasons.
Oh, how about that?
It was their first experimental field, and they knew the radiation levels of the field because they'd been spraying radium-226 for decades on it. And so when they registered, when they went through and measured the plants, they were shocked at how much radiation they had in them, but they were then shocked as well at how much less radiation was actually sitting in the soil. And that was got to be 1993. And that was really the reason our company, CGP, started the Chernobyl phytoremediation project in the Ukraine. So that was...
It was done long before the 90s in Europe. They were experimenting with it in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s also. But
with radiation
never took off.
Metals. With radiation or just heavy metals?
I know there was a
mostly
study...
heavy metals.
Exactly. Radiation, I'm almost certain they had no idea it could pull up radiation until the 90s.
Yeah, I agree, because when I went and dealt with that Ukrainian hemp, and then of course there was a study that came out in at the Biofuck in '97 talking about how this industrial heavy metals plant in Poland, they had done a similar situation where they remediated it with growing of hemp, and they were astonished by
that was one of the first really big ones that wasn't just a small trial.
No, it was really big, and it really pulled up a lot of the heavy metals, and it made the the soilologists really sit up and look and rethink about how to reclaim lands using, you know, natural biodiversity, as opposed to, you know, in the past just scrape the land off and move it somewhere else. That's how we ended up.
The problem was then they had to figure out what to do with the contaminated hemp.
Exactly.
Well, not only that, they had to figure out what to do with the contaminated land, and I found that out growing up in southern Louisiana. All those levees and all that land that was built up, that's all contaminated land. I knew, because I would go as a kid and roll down those levees and find 13, 17, 19 leafed clovers.
Trippy. That ain't good luck.
No.
That's really lucky.
The two options we were looking at was burning and glassifying the ash, and then the other one was an electron cluster scientist from Russia who was using electron clusters to manipulate and sort of, you know, take radioactive nucleotides, just literally take them apart molecule by molecule. So he had this technology, and I remember that we were sitting down talking to him at one point in time. Not sure whatever became of it, though.
Hey, Sam, are you familiar with, I know there's a group working on growing hemp in Fukushima to see about if any type of remediation.
No, I have not been in contact with them unless they're one of the Japanese groups that we were in contact with years ago, and I just don't know it.
Okay. Because I know, I mean, since we're talking radiation, that's the only one for sure that I know that's currently ongoing, where they're trying to figure out if there's, I mean, we all know that's an uninhabitable area for a long time.
It's a handy way to clean up soil, but what they got to do is figure out some way that they can make rockets that they can shoot these things into space or something, so that we can get rid of the contaminated hemp once we got it.
That sounds like about as good of an idea as like pushing our sewage into the ocean.
Well, don't they make fireworks out of hemp, burnt hemp carbon? I had heard that in China.
Really?
I've heard that, but I have not seen or known of a manufacturer per se.
That seriously goes to show that there really truly is 50,000 commercial products that you can make out of hemp. It's just ridiculous. Do anything. You can do anything with it. It's kind of like a thneed. Remember the old thneeds from the Lorax? Everyone needs a thneed.
Yeah,
you can see why the religious right basically thinks, man, this is too good to be true. There's something wrong with it.
Yeah, they all think we're insane. They're like, oh my God, they're wearing it, they're eating it, they're smoking it.
I have a friend who actually took the old decorticator recipes from, the plans from back in the 30s, and has now made his own decorticator here in America, and is now working on cellulosic plastic. So we're going to investigate possibly making, you know, these lids that we put on our cannabis, etc. He's going to start looking at making them from plastic from hemp.
Beautiful.
Well, shelled hemp seed, you could start with that, so you've got a food product, and then you need hemp toilet paper so you can get rid of your food product.
Good call. Good call. Because cutting down ancient trees to wipe shit off your a-hole, it's not the really most sustainable, great idea. Like, I don't know who came up with that idea, but I suspect it was under the influence of like alcohol or some other shitty drug.
Wait. You mean the caveman didn't have Scott's toilet tissue?
Oh, dude, listen, I've had the best argument I ever had was in Thailand when my friend's wife was arguing with this other girl about, you know, the North American girl was like, oh, how do you guys not use toilet paper? That's disgusting. And then the Thai girl was like, you guys don't wash with water. You're disgusting. And the end of the argument was, would you just wipe shit off your arm if it got on your arm? Or would you use some water and some... Just made me
I,
laugh.
I think mama bears teach their baby cubs to lick it off.
There you go. Well, I'm not licking it off, but we're a strange bunch, the human.
I think we need to restart the World Bidet program and get bidets out there again.
You don't need toilet paper. You just use the toilet in Goa, where a pig will sniff up your butt.
The truffle pig.
Oh man, talk about service with a smile.
Oh man, I think I'll stick with the bidet. I don't need that bacon. The bacon day.
Yeah, in the Middle East, everybody just wipes with their left hand, so there's no shaking with your left hand. So there's no toilet paper, just a hole in the ground.
Anybody who's a thief, what they do is they cut off their left hand, so they have to wipe with their right hand. Nobody will shake their right hand if they only have a right hand.
Yeah, careful on shaking with the left hand in parts of Asia and
literally hands down.
Hands down. Oh my gosh. Sometimes it just goes deep. It goes deep here on Hash Church.
It goes deep in beaver terps. That's
oh my gosh. Well, what else is new in the wonderful world of cannabis here? Well, we got Natasha. Dr. Natasha is in the room. I think it's been a couple of weeks since we saw you. How are you doing?
Hey guys. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great.
just fine, doctor.
Nice to see you guys. Yeah, I've been taking my Sundays to have some relaxation time the last few weeks. Getting some forest time in, always essential, which is very nice. And we're fortunate here in Vancouver. We have access to some amazing forests with really amazing trees that are so big, and just really you feel like you're standing by something, just like another being. Like I've never felt like that around trees necessarily before, but when you're walking through these old growth forests here, it's just really, you feel like. Sorry,
do you have sequoias up there, or are they just redwoods?
We have sequoias.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Yeah, I'm not actually sure. I don't know my trees very well, but
my neighbor planted a sequoia. My neighbor
They're
planted a sequoia in her front yard 35 years ago, and you should see this tree.
What do the sequoias look like? Which are the sequoias?
I think they're the biggest trees on earth.
They're large redwoods,
Oh, okay.
yes.
Exactly, yeah.
They have a large stem, but they have a very shallow root system, so they tend to grow in groups. Otherwise, they can tend to fall over in storms.
They're similar to the big Douglas firs that you're seeing in our forests, when you know those huge trunks
on steroids
with the agaricons and the red belts that grow around their bases and stuff.
Yeah, the systems you see with these big trees are also outstanding in the different colors, and I mean you're seeing blues and different.
Well, you're also dealing with
I've seen sequoias big enough that you could drive a 16-wheeler through it sideways without without being taller than the sequoia was wide.
There's a red belted one, 2 or 3 that I photographed in my son's school in my neighborhood here has an old growth forest for the school ground. It's just in the forest. It's trails. It goes over creeks and stuff. It's totally huge. And they just release like 4 to 7-year-old kids into this forest every day. And it's a pretty cool school ground, I gotta say.
Yeah, well, to tell you the truth, you know, we don't own these old growth forests.
Mm-hmm.
We hold them in stewardship for the next generation. We should save them. They should all be saved.
There's a biodiversity in them that's amazing. When I was in West Virginia, there's virgin hemlock forests not too far outside town. And it's a little trek to get there. But when you get in those old growth forests, everything around you from the ground to the canopy is so unique compared to other forests that you're in, because that biodiversity has been left intact as opposed to, you know, destroyed temporarily and never rebuilt through logging. So it's an amazing thing that if you're around and you have access to go to a virgin forest somewhere around in your state or province, I highly recommend, if you've never been, go in, sit down, and just look.
Yeah, another one that you might want to check out, Natasha, is I could take you and David up there one day. It's just north of Whistler on Cougar Mountain, and there is an ancient cedar forest there, and the trees there are bigger than any of the ones that you've probably seen. Unless you've gone to Vancouver Island to specific areas like north of Tofino, Strawberry Island, you won't, Mirror Island, you won't have seen trees this big. They're like, you know, they're not as big as the Cali ones. You could pretty much almost drive a car through these ones. They're about 14 to 15 to 20, feet in diameter. They're huge. Like you pull up to them on a dirt bike and you just feel like a little peanut. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. That would be amazing to check that out. I think the biggest tree place that I went to check out was on Vancouver Island near Nanaimo. I can't remember exactly where it was, but it was about an hour outside of Nanaimo. We went to some forest that was a preserved area with some special sort of trees. I mean, I'm doing a horrible job explaining this, but I remember we went there specifically for the trees and just, I mean, I don't necessarily want to just walk through. I want to go and like sit with the tree and just, I don't know. It's different than like I'm not the type of person where I really feel vibes or those kinds of things. Like I understand other people do feel that, but in my general life, I just don't feel. I don't know. I don't say I'm like super connected to feeling my surroundings, but when I'm around trees like that, it's different. And so it really makes me want to just sit there and, I don't know,
next to ones that are really old and have fallen, they've cut through the entire trunk so that you could see the rings and shown, on the tree where Christ was born and before.
For people that want to check out photos of what Natasha was talking about, if she was in Nanaimo looking at ancient trees, it would have been in McMillan Provincial Park, and it would have been Cathedral Grove, which is right off the highway in between Victoria and Nanaimo. And there are spectacular trees there, but I'm telling you, the ancient cedar forest north of Whistler, it's totally trippy. The sound is insane. It's like quieter. When the trees are that much bigger, it's even quieter in the forest, if that's somehow possible.
I totally feel you. And yeah, as you're saying, the place we were was by a highway. And it did, like, I didn't feel like we were deep in the forest when we were seeing the trees. It felt like we were doing more of like a tourist drive-through. So yeah. So I would like to check out the area you're talking about. I like the more secluded forest experience.
Oh yeah, this one will take you like 45 minutes or to an hour just to hike up the mountain to get to the area. So I cheat. I take my dirt bike up there, but we can walk.
I like the journey to get to the site. It's always feels better when you get there. I feel like you've earned it.
Welcome, Forrest.
Hey, I heard you were talking about forests, so I thought I'd pop it.
We literally are talking about trees and forests. And
we know you copyrighted it.
Yeah. I feel like if Chimera was here, he would have already told us about the importance of the terpene pinene inside the forest and how it sort of clears.
Pinene is the most common terpene in the world, primarily from forest.
And it's that fresh forest smell that you inhale. It is literally part of that. No.
Well, in Japan, we've all been hearing about the forest therapy. It's been getting more press lately, but they actually have areas of forest that's preserved and kept specifically for forest therapy. And there's some clinical work where they've taken groups of like teenage boys who were troubled youth or having just behavioral issues, and then they take them on these either day-long or weekend, basically forest hikes, and they spend time in the woods, and they're finding that their behavior improves, their immune profile improves, and they've done some blood markers like stress hormones and some inflammatory immune markers. So there's some pretty interesting even clinical work, and then they're bringing it back to what could be physiologically responsible. And so, yeah, alpha-pinene is one of the main mechanisms of how forests, when you spend time in the trees, you actually are breathing in that monoterpene and getting it into your body. But even, I mean, we look at the microbes that you're experiencing when you're the bacteria, and the fungi populations that you're experiencing when you're in the forest. And there's even some studies done with mice where they spend time in certain dirt bacteria, and they find that their mood improves and it's affecting their serotonin pathways. So I don't think it's just the alpha-pinene, it's also the bacteria. It's also obviously, like Marcus, you were saying, like the sound, that meditative aspect of just being, even the sensory deprivation, you're looking all around you and all you see is green and trees. So that's very soothing and good for your stress response also. So yeah,
well,
get in the forest.
Especially when you're, you gave a perfect example. Like, you're not the type of person to be super feely about vibes and energy. You got more of a scientist mind. You're going into data. You're more like, you're like an analytical mind, but the forest is powerful enough to break through to many, many different types. And you see people all the time who are maybe not necessarily, going to be going to a rainbow gathering anytime soon and feeling the love of the whatever. But you go into the forest and you really see everyday people that might not be, as connected to their plants, say at their house or something on an everyday basis, but they get into that forest, and especially like an ancient, beautiful, like sequoias and Douglas firs and cedars. Like, these trees are spectacular, and they are a huge part of our ecosystem, as we see, because when we cut them down, the destruction is obvious even to the most blinded people. You see that it's destruction. It's wow, when you destroy a forest and you're just left with land, it's a bummer. And D420K is in the forest, although he just shut off and went to his classic photo of him on his riding lawnmower. How fucking redneck is that, though, honestly? D420K's photo of him on his lawnmower is like, I love that shit.
Don't you mean Rouge Neck?
Rouge.
Can you see me?
We can see you and hear you, bro. You're in the forest. We're talking about the forest. Forest came in with the name Forest, and we were like, how's anyone going to want to?
And now I can see the forest from the trees.
And now you're in the forest.
Yeah.
Enjoy it while you can, because pretty soon all combustion engines are going to be banned worldwide for everybody.
Really?
I don't mind. I'll pedal around.
Yeah, they're actually passing anti-combustion laws in India by 2040 and other countries. So they're ramping up to already throw away fossil fuels forever. Whereas America, we still got our head so far up our ass.
We need an electric snowmobile.
Yeah, trust me, I need electric snowmobile. I need an electric dirt bike. I need an electric boat. I'm going to need an electric truck.
Well, an actual competing company just came out competing against Tesla with the first electric truck. Humans, I think.
Against Tesla with their patents given to them.
Yeah.
Tesla gave all his patents away to those companies so they could compete. How
Yep.
fucking cool was that?
At the stroke of genius for the entire,
It's a way to drive the industry.
Dude, it's so beautiful. Like, I wish more people had that. Like, what a brilliant, like, the guy's got some of the most valuable patents, legitimately on the planet. Like, they have to be in the top 10%, like ridiculous money. And he gives them away. Gives them away to all of his competition. Not just like put it on the internet for whoever wants, but he actually sent it to car companies. Like,
and you saw he just bought his cousin's company, the solar company, for $2 billion cash. Nice to hook up your cousin with $2 billion cash. And now he's got solar roofs, right? So he's got solar roofs for your solar house with this storage capacity from your portable all the way up to large municipality cities, and now you can power your car. I mean, it's, guys, beyond futuristic. And he's selling rockets to and from space, and they're coming back and landing in the middle of the ocean. Holy
that shit blew my mind. I watched that shit with my kid, and I can honestly say there's only a few times in life where you feel there's some world history going on, like when they land on the moon, there's like certain things. When NASA sends a rocket off, it's like it can be fairly historical. And NASA said it was impossible, that you couldn't send rockets up into space and then have them come back down and land on a platform, particularly on the ocean, a moving platform. He did it.
I like electrical, but there's still a couple of things that kind of bug me. Number one is, how far can you go on a single charge?
Yep.
Number two is, how long does it take to recharge?
Mm-hmm.
So those things are. And
Number three,
I wish
where do
hydrogen.
the electrons come from? The electrons probably come from a fossil fuel burning plant.
That's a third reason that's real good.
Yeah. Okay. So the electron economy, where do the electrons come from? That's an important thing.
From coal or nuclear power plants.
They're definitely using a lot of it to get the material to get those batteries built. They're using a lot of petrochemicals. They have to be. But, you know, it is what it is. It's like they're using petrochemicals.
Solar collectors on the roofs.
Keep in mind, those other companies were also using petrochemicals merely to create products that use petrochemicals. So to cut off one sort of head, I think, is a good thing, and hopefully, eventually, they'll stop using the petrochemicals.
With production, you'll have also people looking for alternatives. The way that they're, you know, they do all the time. So once you also get something in production,
hydrogen, that sounds really good to me. Sounds clean as fuck.
There you go.
Yeah, unfortunately, the cost of all alternative energy is directly tied to the price of fossil fuels,
which are subsidized and are being, you know, falsely held at where they are.
That's just the way it is in this era of cheap fossil fuels, which it's just again,
more so than being tied to fossil fuels, what it's really tied to is human labor. Because human labor is what does everything, regardless of the illusion of money or the actual reality of fossil fuels versus electric. It's human labor that makes the world go round. That's why money was created, so people could say, oh, I'm going to do this.
Without cheap fossil fuels, there wouldn't be the food production, distribution, consumption system that exists in America today.
There'd be
a different one.
There wouldn't be Amazon. There'd be
a different one.
The whole commerce is predicated on cheap.
Everything would be local.
Yep. And money would be printed differently, you know, because when I hear people say, oh, it's too expensive. Well, money is a mental construct that we made up, that we just print as much of it as we want. But labor is real. Labor is the real thing that actually gets things done. You can't extract things out of the earth. You can't grow food. You can't move things. You can't do anything with labor. That's the real value in the world. Not money, not fossil fuels, not any of this other bullshit. It's labor. People doing shit for people. That's my opinion.
You almost sound like a slave owner.
Really? Well, I can assure you that I own no slaves. Other than myself, I am a slave to my own job. But thank you for calling me a slave owner.
How do you respond to that? Yeah.
You know what? It's Skunkman Sam. So if it was anyone else, I don't know. But with Skunkman Sam, you just laugh. It's like he definitely doesn't mean harm. He definitely is not being malicious. He's like Dave Chappelle. He'll say anything for a laugh.
And you're not going to secede. So there we go.
No, exactly.
Well, I know when my jokes have to be explained, they can't be that funny.
Could you explain that?
Oh my gosh.
Awesome. I can't even remember it.
It is crazy though that we haven't had a bong rip yet since D420K got into the room.
I've had a few. You're slacking.
I am totally slacking. Welcome, Wade. I don't know if he's on the phone or, oh no, he just.
I think what has real value in the world is creativity and inventiveness. Yeah. Of course, you need labor to manifest it, but it's the inventiveness and creativeness. That's the biggest donation that's being given to humanity by really bright people.
Bong rip.
I call it the 1% inspiration, 99% perspiration. I get people all the time hitting me up and saying, I got a great idea. I'm going to give it to you, but I want 50%. And I'll be like, listen, your great idea is worth 1%. The execution of said great idea is worth 99%. And that was sort of a thing my grandpa told me years ago, that it's 99% perspiration and it's 1% inspiration.
I used to always say that if ideas were what was really, really important, then the wealthiest people on the planet would be the Rainbow Tribe.
Word.
Woo! Wow.
The Rainbow Tribe, are they still around?
Oh yeah. They still have their summer gatherings.
They're following fish.
They're following. I thought
No, they're rainbow family. They're following the rainbow.
I thought you dated yourself before, Marcus, when you said Rainbow Gathering. I hadn't heard the Rainbow Gathering for a while. Does that thing still exist?
Yeah,
They're definitely not on Fish Tour, I'll tell you that much, because Mark would know if they existed if they were on Fish Tour.
No, the people on Fish Tour is the 12 Tribes bus, right? That dark red maroon looking bus that serves cookies and wants you to come inside.
Is that the same like family that is kind of like pseudo weird religious, and you're allowed to have only one length of ponytail and a big beard? And is that those guys?
Yeah, don't get on the bus. When we walk by,
listen, they owned a bakery in my city. They're actually like,
those are the ones that owned the bakery. That's them.
Trust me, it's them, 100%. They used to just call themselves the family. They had this, what was their bakery's name? They made killer baked goods. But you'd go and hang out, and they'd be like, oh, you should come by and hang out. And, you know, I had really long hair at the time, and the guy was like, you know, you should really cut your ponytail. It's too long. It's very egocentric when you grow your ponytail longer than one hand length. And he started telling me about his weird dogmas, and I was just like, all right, whatever. I'll hang out and listen to this, eat a really good organic, like vegan meal at their cafe. And then they were like, yeah, come by, and we like to sing and play music and dance. And I was like, yeah, I'll come check it out. And I came and check it out, and all the chicks were wearing like weird, like Little House on the Prairie dresses, like all the same dress that like went up to here with the weird little sort of, and it just got weirder and weirder and weirder. I was into weird, so it wasn't like I wanted to do it, but I was like, I'll just like trip out on this and with my buddies and experience this moment, not laughing at them, not mocking at them, not thinking I'm better than them in any way, shape, or form. Just like I trip on human belief systems, you know, like I've got Hasidic Jewish friends from Brooklyn, and I trip on their belief systems. I've got raw foodist friends from Switzerland, and I trip on their belief. Like, it's just neat how fervent we get in our belief systems.
Well, that's right. We all have the right to believe what we want, and then we have the right to look at it and giggle sometimes with some people. You know, the Fish song "Birds of a Feather," I think, was written about those folks outside. Mark might know the band well enough, you know, when the birds of a feather are flocking outside, and perhaps he'll receive invitations.
Yeah, I think that's just
about them trying to get people in from the parking lot.
Right?
They're going from like
fans. I don't think it's about those fans. I mean,
I've heard things. I think they're trying to drag them in. They have a nitrous balloon in one hand. They're trying to drag them into the bus for tea.
There's nothing wrong with people believing in any belief system that they like, as long as they're not enforcing it on others and saying, well, if you don't do it, then you're obviously going to burn in purgatory for fucking ever because you're a heathen.
Right.
So I have a question for everyone on the panel. What is the strangest thing that you have ever smoked cannabis out of?
Ooh. I will start, and I would think that it would probably have been Darren from BC. He won the Cannabis Cup in like 96 or 97 when the big BC contingent came out. He had the long curly hair, and he had a broccoli pipe. And I had smoked out of I smoked out of a carrot and a zucchini and an apple and I had smoked out of quite a few different fruits and shit. But when he pulled out the broccoli pipe with the full head still on it, with the bowl like right in the broccoli head, I was like, all right, dude. And a thick stalk, like it had almost as thick as my wrist broccoli stalk. That was probably the weirdest thing I've smoked out of. Next. No, everyone's too afraid.
When I was really young, we rolled a joint out of a woman's tampon paper. The paper that the tampon came in looked like rolling paper to us, so we're like, oh.
All right, Mark wins.
I'll go next. A page out of the Bible.
I've heard that one. The page out of the Bible. I might have even been there for one of the page out of the Bibles, but a tampon paper?
Was it before or after?
I'm gonna go for before.
It was not used. It was
the one I was holding up.
It's
a human bone pipe.
Are you kidding me, Sam?
No, he doesn't clown around. Look at that thing.
You have a human, but where'd you get that? In India or something? In Tibet.
Tibet, yeah, they sell. You remember they have the necklace with all the knuckles from the monks and stuff. So that makes sense.
Holy shit! Maybe Sam wins.
Sam wins. That's heavy.
I've never smoked out of a human except when they blow into my mouth.
Jesus Christ! Mine was the least weird.
Mine isn't that weird. Mine was just this pipe at a party I was at in Berkeley, and you hit this bong, and then it had a release valve that shot a whippet right behind the smoke and shot it straight into your lungs. And that was probably the most unique pipe that I've ever hit. I would love next time, and next time I see you, Sam, I want to hit that pipe.
So it's a nitrous oxide gravity bong.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've hit the nitrous oxide gravity bong. Not really a gravity bong. It was more like a nitrous oxide balloon that just pushed through. You filled a bong with a rip, and then you just released this little valve that he had, and it blew the nitrous and the rip into your lungs. I wasn't a fan of it at all. I don't like those kind of alcohol type.
It was unique, but okay, come on, rest of the panel. Let's hear Dr. Rise. What have you're just very vanilla in your smoking? What?
I just don't think I could beat any of the ones you guys have brought up.
What about an earth pipe? You seem like an earth pipe girl. You and David have never made an earth pipe and puffed right out of Mother Earth.
What is an earth pipe? No.
Well, you can make a bowl and a stem, and the pipe is the earth. You just dig a hole and you bury the stem and you create a little pocket and you can puff out of the. Mark Cloakey did a whole crazy video of like making everything into pipes in Vancouver. He drilled out benches and trees and like signs, and then did a whole video on it where he just walked around. He'd be sitting on a bench, and then the next thing you know, he'd be like on beside the bench, stuffing it full of weed, puffing out of a park bench, puffing out of trees, puffing out of like a lot of strange things that if you watch it, you wouldn't puff out of.
Have you done an earth hit with a solar? You know, that's
No, but I have done solar bowls, but I've never done a solar earth bowl.
On a windy beach, a solar bowl is great.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Solar bowls are awesome if you like going blind, because it's great because you're staring at this ball of sunlight in your pipe.
Oh, you wear sunglasses, dude.
Even with sunglasses, you got to wear it's like a solar eclipse in your bowl. Every time I ever hit a solar, like trying not to look, but every time, because my solar bowls were majorly not bud. They were full melt bubble. And with solar bowl with full melt bubble, the bubble melts and moves away from the heat. So you have to watch it and move it around. It's not ideal. Anyone else with some weird pipes that they've seen?
Forrest, anything? Yeah.
No, I mean, most of them were probably when I was younger, so it's more white trashy than interesting or cool. But I'm sure there was like a found recycled can pipe at one time. I was the master of those things.
Nice.
Or some sort of trailer park MacGyver sort of nuts and bolts. Nothing fun.
We used to swim at a quarry where they hit water, and that's like really common up in New England and in Vermont. So like you'd be basically at a construction site that would suddenly just hit water and it would completely fill up. And so there's a lot of these swimming quarries up in Vermont. And this one in Dorset, Vermont actually has a bowl carved into the side of the cliff. So you can actually go there and hang out and go diving and whatnot into the quarry, but there's a bowl carved into the side of the cliff that you can just kind of come up and use. So that's kind of cool. We've smoked out of the Dorset quarry bowl.
I like that concept. That seems like a concept that is thousands of years old. The concept of creating a pipe to leave somewhere and smoke out of, like when you.
That's carved right into the cliffside that you could come right up and use. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I think the original one someone had actually broken it off because it was much smaller. And when we went back years later, I think it was on Grateful Dead tour, I want to say in the late 80s, we went there swimming one day in between shows. And yeah, went to use the bowl and noticed that it was a different bowl and it would have been replaced by a much larger one. But this is in a place called Dorset, Vermont, right off of Route 7 in Dorset, marble quarry where they hit water, and a lot of people go swimming there. So it's cool to have a little bowl built into the cliff.
That's awesome, dude. Welcome,
It's
Peter.
also why God made papayas. The papaya branches are natural for filling up with herb or hash. They work really, truly great. And here's a 100-year-old chillum that I collected. It's made out of either iron or steel, or I'm not exactly sure the metal. It's maybe 100 years old, and the reason sadhus like this was because they could hang it on a string and they wouldn't break it.
Weird, crazy, wild. Hey, welcome, Peter. We're just talking about crazy, whacked out pipes that we've smoked out of. My pipe was the broccoli. Mark Scialdone rolled a joint in a tampon paper. D420K used the Bible.
Sam uses a human bone.
Yeah. Sam's using a human bone pipe that's literally on his thing right now with the 100-year-old chillum. That's a human bone pipe from like the first person he ever killed, I think. No, it's from Tibet.
Yeah, you earlier, man.
It was old when I got it. It was already completely stained.
Did it have any like flesh left on it, or it just came nice?
No. It was old, like maybe 50 or 100 years old when I got it.
Great. When the zombie apocalypse comes, Sam's pipe's gonna wake up. So be on the lookout there, Sam.
Human stone, that's heavy. That's like the Nagas. Do you ever hang out with Naga sadhus? Like,
well, in Tibet, you also see they use just the very top part of the skull as a little bowl.
That's what the Nagas, well, not all of them, but a few that I met had that little bowl.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
They eat food out of, they drink out of it. Dude, I was like, that's heavy. That's like about as heavy as the belief system got while I was in, although I did see a guy get murdered at the Maha Kumbh Mela because he went into the ghats before the Naga sadhus. He thought he would go bathe before them, and the guy just picked up a big spear and stabbed him right in the side. And nobody did anything. Like he just floated down the river. Like no army, no like military.
Well, he had a blessed death. He died in the Holy River.
Well, that's what people were telling me later. And I was like, this is fucking insane.
Woe ye of little belief.
Oh, I'm a visitor. I felt like I was in the Star Wars set. Tatooine or something. Shit was next level. Belief system's wild, man.
Yeah, I've seen mobs go after drivers of automobiles that killed cows, and everybody says if you're out in the villages, don't stop.
Oh, if you hit a cow, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, no doubt. Crazy.
They take it very personal.
Oh, I know. There were caves in Nepal that cows were allowed in, but Mark Rose wasn't. Think of that for a minute. All through the unique belief system.
So mine is not smoking, but I've recently started eating cannabis flowers, putting them in my lip between my gum and my cheek, and sucking on it for half hour to an hour. And you get a really nice sense of how those flowers were finished and a really nice buzz off of it. Try it sometime.
Peppery.
It's not smoking, but it's pretty good.
I am going to try that.
So you're eating THCA and getting a nice buzz.
I'll take that, Sam. Yeah.
That's a yes?
Yes. Yes. I'm enjoying the flavor and a physical experience more than a psychoactive buzz.
It's a different buzz.
It's a different buzz, yeah.
It's not the buzz.
Yeah. No, when I ate dried but still in the THC form buds, I did feel a tiny bit of an effect. But if I take that same bud and I decarboxylate it and then eat it, I get whacked.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Well, I mean, there's more than just, you're going to have some breakdown of the acidic THCA to THC in the flower, so you're going to get some, but, you know,
No, hardly any. I've been doing this a really long time.
We're learning that some of these effects, you know, we could be feeling are the terpene profiles as well, so that could have something to do with it, depending on the cultivar. No.
This is true. Subcool's in the house, driving as always, probably going to the garden. Sorry, I muted you. You had your music on there. I just, I'm always worried about any outside music in YouTube, man. They're crazy. It's like 3 seconds and they cut your show off.
So that means if I sing a song, they're going to ban it?
Yeah, please don't sing a song, Sam.
Not if you sing it.
Whatever you do. Only Mark's allowed to sing songs on Hash Church. Know your place. That's what everyone needs to do, is know their place. No, you know what? Actually, today I'm going to be the bacteria guy. Natasha's going to be the hash girl. Wade's going to be running the BPG D420K while you are Skunkman Sam today. Let's just all be each other. It'll be fun.
Who do I get to be?
You get to be, dude, you can be Todd McCormick. So, you know, come on. Everyone's got to represent.
I want to be Joe Petrie.
Who do you want to be? Joe Petrie?
Yeah.
Oh, listen
I want
to
to
this.
be the devil.
What's going on, Sal? Where you heading?
Hey, brother. I'm headed to North Star Genetics to pick up some deadlights this morning. Just had me some eggs Benedict. Yum, yum.
Nice.
How you guys?
And I love that you're just on the highway. I did a wake and bake recently where I was in my truck the whole time. It was kind of lame because I didn't really wake and bake with this, but it was still neat to just be driving and have my on my magnet, you know? Definitely don't get in a car accident, whatever you do. That would be terrible. Be safe out there.
You don't think we get higher ratings?
Well, you know what? I'm not down with the drama higher ratings. I'd rather just have whoever wants to listen can listen, and if it's good information, excellent. But we're not going to have Sub kill himself for some Hash Church rating. That's for
It's
sure.
Hash Church, not Crash Church.
Exactly. And Sub's already been through some shit, as we all have, but maybe Sub's been through a little bit more than most. He's been through a few. Live car accident on YouTube. Yeah, they have them. It's called Russian car dash cams. Russian dash cams. That's like the worst YouTube channel ever to watch.
That is the craziest shit.
Dude.
I mean, there is just out of left field. It's out of left field everything. You're like, what the?
Watching those videos is definitely not.
Don't you find Italians drive faster?
Italians?
Hey, what do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean?
I mean,
What are you talking about?
Drive faster and crazier and more dangerously, but the Russians are pretty bad.
Yeah, well, here's the difference. The Italians don't have to, by law, have a dash camera in their car. And all the Russians do. You don't get to, exactly, you don't get to register your car without those dash cameras. So that's why there's so many. Every accident is recorded. Pretty ridiculous. And I would say that in Switzerland, at least, in the south, the Italian, sort of Swiss Italian, are driving as crazy and fast as in the north, the German Swiss. They drive fast. Fast.
Well, in Germany, once you're 30 kilometers outside of a city, then there are no speed limits on the highways.
I know. I don't like it. I definitely don't
As long
drive.
as there's 3 lanes and it's 30 kilometers out of a city center.
And stay out of the far left lane unless you're literally in a $200,000 car. Because man,
no, it doesn't take. It just takes 200 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, but man, some of those cars are going way faster than 200 kilometers an hour.
No, that's true.
Like, and when you see them in your rearview mirror, and they're super far away, and then you look down and you look back up and they are like literally
On you.
crash into you. I got to drive Gypsy Nirvana's brand new whatever Jaguar he bought that was like 115,000 euros back in the day. I drove that thing like 250K on the German Autobahn there, and it was as we were driving down to Switzerland together.
On long trips, I prefer higher speeds as long as it's safe. I mean, I drive a Bugatti, except for that you have to put gas in it every half an hour.
You got to get one of those electric Bugattis.
I haven't seen it. Have you seen one?
No, that car's like 1,200 horsepower or something. Although I wouldn't be surprised if a Tesla P100S could still take it off the line.
Well, you'll have to admit, it would be fun to drive one time.
It just beat a Lamborghini the other day by like a half second, but it's
beats
still
everything.
a mile.
It beats everything. I've never seen anything beat it.
And somebody got 664 kilometers in Europe on one charge the other day off of a PS100.
Wow, that's once they break 1,000, that's, I mean, how many friggin' kilometers can you drive in a day? So what's going on in Peter's world? Tell us what's going on. What's new and different, Peter?
So, well, we just, I was listening to some amazing stuff that you were blowing my fucking mind with earlier, man. And I had to jump in. You were talking about like, I think sustainable eco-villages or like, the rockets blasting and all that stuff. And I was like, I got to come see what Marcus is, what's going on in his mind, because it's pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about Elon Musk and sort of, a lot of his projects that he's working on and whatnot with, I don't know, he's got like 3 huge projects going on at any given time: the solar panels, the electric vehicles, and the SpaceX program.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about water conservation in eco-villages, like these sustainable communities. Because if we can get, well, because I'm a soil nerd, right? So that's what I do. So that's kind of what goes on in my mind. But if we could get soil to a point of competency where, it's just super good, rich, dark soil, full of humus in these eco-villages, you could actually like filter the water and allow it to purify through the biology, through the minerals, and just have a really cool system in a super healthy, sustainable eco-village. It's one of the things I've been thinking about lately.
Sounds like a nature septic field.
Yeah, exactly. Like a nature septic field. Let the water percolate through the soil, and then almost get caught in like a funnel where you could recirculate that and allow it to go back into the plumbing and just keep using the water. But it's a natural, really good carbon filter, like the best carbon filter that you could have, with nutrients and the correct beneficial bacteria that the soil provides the plants, which the plants provide us.
Well, it's part of what it does. It's part of its design.
Yeah. I mean, that's fucking nature, dude.
Yeah.
Peter,
I know. Go ahead, Wade.
It sounds almost like you're talking about aquaponics. Is that a fair description of what you're talking about, where you're circulating water through plant materials and fish are their waste products are feeding the plants, and then anytime you can circulate the water back to the fish and or into your garden, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, like that, but on a larger scale, kind of like for humans.
The human version.
Yeah.
I remember when Breeder Steve first started, he did aquaponics. He had those little mouth breeder fish. I can't remember the name of them now. What the heck were those ones called?
But yeah, aquaponics is cool.
Yeah, it was great. But the crazy thing was he could get a lot of growth out of it, but you could also get like the same way you could get like 5 to 10 days of beautiful growth, like in a very like short period of time, like 24 to 36 hours. You could kill your whole crop like equally as fast, like just decimate it, like so dead, like it's not coming back.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Once the that biology.
It's like a macro sweet spot, in the sense, if anyone understands macro photography, when you shoot macro photography, your depth of field disappears and you get this like band that is like 9 or 8 or 7 millimeters wide. And that's your area that you have to shoot. That'll be clear. Everything else will be out of focus, ahead of it and behind it. So the sweet spot, if you will, is very, 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 you know, if you're not on it, it becomes obvious right away. So subs agreeing. Long, awkward silence.
On that note, everyone.
The other thing, man.
And
The other thing's
Ash,
going on.
Bon reps to you mother lovers. Bye-bye.
Peace out.
Later, man. So the other thing that was that's pretty new in our world with our biology is that we just got some preliminary data in from one of our hemp cultivators, and they've been testing CBD levels for the last 6 years. They spent about $45,000 a year, their big operation, on CBD and THC potency analysis. Obviously, they don't want the THC to get too high, because if it does, then the crop is illegal. You know, if it goes hot for these hemp growers, it's a big deal. You know, they come in and they burn their whole crop, so it's a big deal. And so anyways, they've been doing a lot of analysis on these different CBD levels, which I'm not too familiar with yet. I'm still learning a lot about the CBD levels. But they said that in analyzing hundreds of plants over the last 6 years, weekly is how they do their analysis. They said that our product on the bell curve over the last 6 years is 30% higher in CBD oil production than the non-treated. So they said that was a big thing. They also said that the type of CBD was a really good quality of CBD. So I don't know if there's different, you know.
No, there's CBDA and there's CBDVA.
Okay. Yeah.
Like if it was a different.
Right. I don't know what's the better one, but anyways.
CBD is CBD.
Yeah, CBD is CBD.
In our treated plants than the non-treated over the last 6 years of the bell curve.
So they're obviously happy with that.
Biology. What's that?
They're obviously happy with that.
No, and this is in the first 2 weeks of flowering. So now what they're saying is that if this keeps trending on the progression that they're used to seeing on their analysis, that it could go up as much as 50 or 60% in the oil production, just from increasing the biology exponentially. And the guy was like, the guy is a PhD, right? And he's like, I thought my fucking instruments were broken, man. he goes, this is something that I've never seen before in 5 generations of cultivating.
Well, I think that's proof that we're on the right track, because if the labs never see anything new, then we're not innovating and we're not changing anything. And all the brilliant people that are involved in all of this stuff are doing shit.
Yes, sir.
It makes sense that we're going to hear labs say things like, I've never, like the first time I ever heard it was when I gave Indra's oil to the labs here in Vancouver. All of them said that they had never seen numbers that high, that they had never tested protein powder isolate that high. They had never seen oil content that clean and that high. And it's good, because if we're not hearing that, then we're not all doing a very good job in the world of innovation and pushing this stuff forward and making.
And if the CBD levels are increasing, what about the THC levels? Are they increasing also?
No, the THC levels went down.
No, that's unusual.
And that was so unusual. He said the THC levels were down in contrast to the other ones. So our CBD was up, but our THC was down in hemp plants in these particular.
What were the hemp plant cultivars? Do you know?
Thank you. Good question.
You know what? I don't know, but they're ones that they've been growing for the last 7 years. And they started
find out the cultivars.
And the CBD went up, and they were like, we thought our instruments were broken. They said we thought our instruments were broken because it was zero. The THC was zero. They were like, so we kept doing new instruments, but the THC was like 0 to to point.
Well, that does not surprise me at all. I mean, I'm a firm believer in your kind of growing. So, but what does surprise me is that the CBD would go up and the THC would go down in the same crop. I mean, it doesn't follow logical sense.
Would it have anything to do with the fact that the cultivar was being bred to produce CBD and to produce less THC?
Was it, or was it just a hemp variety?
No, this is for industrial hemp operation.
Yeah, but weren't hemp varieties inevitably, when you get rid of one cannabinoid, another takes its place? I mean, are there cannabinoids?
They're not bred for hemp. They're only 1 or 2% CBD. But there are CBD varieties which are over 20%.
Right.
Those are bred for CBD.
But you got to think, if this guy's growing for CBD and he's got a PhD and he's got a big operation and he knows that if he grows cultivars that are bred for CBD, it's going to make a lot more sense for his business than to grow like hemp plants that are 2% CBD, no?
Yeah, but the only way you could do that would be by analyzing huge numbers of plants and eliminating any that had THC levels that were too high. It could be done, but
that's what the Ukrainians did. That's what Godoborodko and the
right. But
did.
The people here are not doing that.
Right. Okay. It's a simple method.
Well, it depends on what his goal is too, right? I mean, is his goal to produce CBD, or are they producing fibers and other byproducts of the hemp plants? And CBD is a nice afterthought.
There's no infrastructure there's no monetary gain for fiber for hemp. No, very few people on the planet are doing that. The value is in the seed oil and in the cannabinoids and the terpenes, period, right now. I wish they were doing fiber. I wish. A
lot of hospitals, this particular grower. Yeah, and they sell to multitudes of hospitals internationally.
So they're growing cannabinoids.
Correct.
Right. So it would make sense that they're probably CBD cultivars. I mean, to plant hemp cultivars that are like 2% CBD over ones that are, 5 times higher.
So if the plant, here's what my
not
thought.
5 times, 10 times higher.
Well, up to 10 times.
Meant to grow, right? If a strain of plant is meant to produce high CBD and low THC, then wouldn't increasing its true genetic expression in those directions kind of makes sense to you guys?
That was my kind of question too. Like, if it was just a hemp if THC had been bred out of it and that was the sort of what was going on in that cultivar, maybe the bacteria somehow influenced that same pathway rather than raising all the cannabinoids. I don't know enough about it, but there is someone in the room asking if you are talking about Davis Herb Farms. Extreme Scale Performance is shooting a documentary on their story right now.
No, but I'll check that out for sure. That sounds cool. Watch.
Usually, if you're increasing the flowers, the resin, the terpenes, the cannabinoids, it's across the board. It's not just particular cannabinoids or particular terpenes. It's whatever the plant normally expresses, but to a slightly higher degree.
Right. Exactly. It's just a slight higher degree with the biodiversity. Yeah.
I'd like to jump in with an observation.
Go ahead.
One of the things I found, I've not done nearly as much testing as the folks you're describing, Peter, but I found that depending on when you harvest some CBD-rich cultivars, you can change the proportion of CBD to THC pretty dramatically. And it might be that in addition to soil biology contributing to the wellness of the plants and their opportunity to express their genetic potential, the other thing that might be going on, and you said they were testing every week, what you'll see is that CBD tends to come on before THC in the genetic expression of that plant, the biosynthetic process, so to speak. And I've seen pretty dramatic differences in the ratios that are in finished flowers, depending on when you harvest them. The later they go in their cycle, the THC tends to increase and CBD tends to decrease. Yes. And I don't know, Sam, you've probably seen the same thing. I'd love to hear what you have to say about that.
I've seen varieties that did that, and I've seen varieties that did the opposite. I don't know if there's any fixed situation.
Interesting. Well,
Can I ask a question about just following up on what you were just saying there? If you were growing a cultivar of cannabis and say it was a 9-week flowering plant and you ended it at 8 weeks, like how much of that final cannabinoid development are you losing? Like, is it 5%? Is it 20%? Like, how much is happening in those final weeks of development? Does anyone have a question?
Different varieties, it really depends on the variety. Some varieties really frost up the last 2, 3, 4 weeks. So you don't want to take the plant before it's done frosting up, unless you're after a more maybe terpene rich, because the longer you let it flower, then you're probably decreasing the terpenes a little bit.
Yeah, I've been doing some tours over the last few weeks of some of the different licensed producers here in Canada and checking out their grow rooms and stuff, which has been really interesting. And just hearing some of the just logistics of how people are setting up their grow and how many grow cycles they're anticipating. It's just interesting hearing the differences between groups, and some groups are thinking like, oh, 8 weeks is going to be consistent and we'll just be able to turn over the room after every 8 weeks. And then my husband, as a grower, is kind of asking those questions like, well, what about, because some of the cultivars he's growing that he was expecting to be done in 8 weeks, he's finding, yeah, the longer he leaves them, obviously they're frosting up more. And so we've been just thinking of those questions of what's
I've
that.
got variety to take 24 weeks. And if you do it faster, you're not creating the best.
I want them. For real.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because my personal favorite, okay, I have a real affinity for exotic, tropical grown narrow leaf drug cultivars. And that's what he's talking about, 100%. The terpene profiles.
They have different unique terpenes.
They're different.
And high THC
They're almost gone, Forrest. If you can imagine prohibition, and that's why they're gone, because of prohibition. So when I see something like prohibition taking a stab at exotic, long flowering, tropical grown, narrow leaf drug cultivars, I think there's got to be a serious value there. So then I start looking into it. My first
they cannot compete indoors under lights on a production per gram per hour basis. But a big giant greenhouse or outdoors, or you live far enough south, then
hey, I grew them indoors. I grew 16 and 20 weekers indoors, and man, people thought I was nuts. But I'll tell you, the same thing happened every single time when it was time to harvest.
I bet you they wanted to smoke your herb.
Oh God, did they want to smoke my herb, dude? The haze. That's what we called it. We just
a higher percentage.
You know what? It was all about the terpene profile. That was, for me, I mean, it was the terpene profile that was modulating the cannabinoids so uniquely and differently, like causing anxiety attacks in some people. But for me, just the most blissful experience. Like, my mind was sharp. I was inspired. I wasn't lazy. I wanted to do things. I wanted to create. I wanted to innovate. I just love the haze.
So was it pinene and limonene that were bringing that, or was it more?
We never got to test. Got to test the terpenes back in the day. I suspect terpenoline had a lot to do with it, as now the more I learn about these different terpenes, it's one of my favorites for sure. But it's a combination, right? There's a whole slew of them in there, and I wouldn't be surprised if in those exotic narrow leaf drug cultivars, if you actually tested for how many there were, you would find so many more than 12 or 20 or 30.
And they're different terpenes in different ratios than you find in wide leaf drug varieties from Afghanistan and Pakistan, or the wide leaf sativa hybrids, which dominate the American, California, West Coast market.
Yeah, gets my mouth watering talking about haze.
Yeah, well, speaking of mouth, when you take like a haze and you chew on a little bud, I think the little ringing that you get sort of in between the cheek and gum that we was talking about is partly due to probably terpenoline, but probably all the terpenes that are just, again, being absorbed into the mucosa there.
Right.
It's interesting because probably the most uniformly beneficial plant, you know, and when we get into, without going down that rabbit hole, but when you're dealing with specific and rare neurological conditions and others, you really see the fine differences in the concept of the entourage effect. But if you were going to generalize and say, okay, we have a broad target that works for a lot of neurological regulatory issues, albeit epilepsy or spectrum disorder conditions, Haze, the first strain that ever worked for Silas, is one that we've continued to cultivate and has been universally probably one of the most beneficial plants that we've worked with. And it is it comes out at about a 2-to-1.
Forrest, isn't that the one where they found pyrethrin being produced by the plant genetically?
Yeah, I've read that. I haven't been able to see it in our own testing, but
interesting.
It is a special plant, and you know I firmly believe it's something with the terpene profile.
Forrest, it's a 2-to-1. Did you say?
Yeah. On average,
when you say
it fluctuates a little, but yeah, right in that window.
2 CBD to every 1 THC.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an amazingly beneficial profile that it produces. Be happy to send you guys some.
Is it really high in terpenes for us?
Yeah. I mean, it is.
It's got a lot of bag stank.
Yes, yeah, at times.
And what's the flowering period on that one, Forrest?
I think it's somewhere around 10 to 12 weeks, I believe. We have some going this year. When Wade pops in, we'll get him to chime in because he's produced it for me a couple of years now, and he's kind of the expert in that world. I'm the once it's grown, that's where I take over. But yeah, Wade, where are we at with Haze on the flowering?
Haze is one of those that is pretty stable in its ratio. I found that it's pretty ideal at about 10 weeks.
Yeah.
Going from 1st of August for flowering initiation in our area. So that puts it around the middle of October for an outdoor harvest. And at that point, what I found with that one and a lot of the other cultivars that we're using for the medicine process, we harvest when there are still some trichomes that are clear on the flowers, and the bulk of them have gone milky, but before you start seeing a lot of amber trichomes, which is more typically when I would harvest a THC variety.
And Wade, have all the hairs turned red from white?
At that point, Haze is still producing white hairs at 10 weeks.
And that's under natural photo period or under artificial?
No, that's outdoors in Northern California. And it's my sense that it could go longer, Sam, but we have at our elevation and whatnot, location in California.
In a greenhouse in Santa Cruz, I had haze that was planted in July, and it was harvested the 1st of April. We called it April Fool's Haze. It took so freaking long. It was insane. Under natural photo period in a greenhouse.
I love that concept.
I've had people with long experiences with cannabis start to take a daily supplement of some of the concentrates and oils that we make from this and come back and say they've never experienced something quite like it. I think some of that is to do with some of them haven't used a supplement approach to cannabis. It's just something new to them. And some of that is just its effect, beneficial effect on the body. I'd be happy to send you guys some at some point. But yeah, it's a good plant. So when you bring up the unique personality and unique expression of the haze plant, I mean, I can't help to think.
Do you know what the background is?
No, I'm not the guy for that one.
Dude, I love watching Marcus pull monster fucking rips, bro. Nice. That was a fucking nice rip, dude.
Sam, what I know about Haze is it's from Jamie in Spain. That's where the seeds that I first worked with came from.
Yeah, we had it brought over.
So if you know Jamie at Rosin Seeds, he could give you more background on it. Jaime, all right.
Jaime. Yeah, no, for sure we know Jamie. We know
He's
Jamie.
an old friend. I'll ask him sometime when I'm talking to him next time.
Well, maybe if we make it to Spain this next upcoming March, hey, Sam?
Maybe.
We got to do it. It's got to be done. I can't believe we missed.
No, he's done a lot of work for folks that are interested in CBD. I had a variety 10 years before, but I licensed it to a big pharmaceutical company, and yeah, they've been working their butts off with CBD, and they're going to make it so there will be legal products. But you know how big pharmaceutical companies are. They are not real good about open and sharing.
They don't like to share, do they?
Yeah, Dr. Russo talks about a strain that GW Pharmaceuticals have that I would really like to get my hands on that is expresses really high in CBD and CBC with a really heavily balanced lanolin terpene expression.
The CBD variety was developed by me, and it was not particularly high in CBC. We developed another variety that was extremely high in CBC.
Yeah, well, the one I'm talking about that they've worked with and have now is high in CBD and CBC with a lanolin dominant terpene profile, which is someone who's interested in antispasmodic properties.
Yeah.
Love to get my hands on that one.
Crazy that you just can't.
It was licensed to GW. I can't give it to anybody else.
That's got to be like a weird position for someone like anyone working for that company, for that matter, meeting people who are like, oh, I'd really love to get that cultivar. It's like, well, you know, I can't give it to you. Sorry. No, but I really need it. Like, this isn't like, it's not a monetary thing. I just need it. No, can't do that. That's fucking evil.
Yeah. Little kids slowly season to death, but you know, money talks.
Dude, it's so fucked up. It's like, I get capitalism.
I agree with what you're saying, and I also say that GW has probably done more than any other medical company, whether intended or not, to help move medical cannabis forward, because it's obvious that it's real when people like this are involved. And they were just first. I mean, there's a lot of other cannabis companies out there now.
All I'm saying is,
they were first, like the Keystone Cops.
If you can't share a cut while you're driving the newest and latest Ferrari, you're fucking evil. I'm sorry. There's really no way around it. Everyone's
I don't have patent coverage on any of those molecules. Those molecules are all in the public domain. So that's where the folly is.
Well, hopefully, you know, enough people work, enough Elon Musks make work that they put out there without, you know, trying to control it right down to the last drop. Because, I mean, it started, here's the thing, this didn't start in the, you know, that you can take this human nature right down to the lowest denominator. And I saw it in Prohibition. I saw people absolutely not sharing with one another because they were like, oh, I own the market on this cultivar. This is my strain. I'm going to, you know, it's like your strain. You got seeds given to you, or you got a seedy bagweed, and now that's your strain that you've named and you own and nobody gets, and you won't share it, and it's awesome and you like to brag about it, but you're not giving it to anyone, but you can buy it for $3,200 a pound.
It is their share. It is their. They renamed the clone that they got from somebody else, so it's theirs.
Dude, I know so many people. I know people like my friends that have done that.
Yeah, that's half the product market. It is marketing to families, it's for kids. Yeah. You know, it's not R4, it's not AC/DC, it's Hillary's Helper, you know, and it's our own strain. And you know, if you want to save your child or your loved one, you can only get Hillary's Helper from us, you know. Ooh. And that's pretty much what they do to keep people dependent on their product. It's They change the name of the strain.
Eventually,
and they
everything
don't tell
will be
them how to dose.
marketed. It will
Let,
be
let Forrest
marketed by
finish that.
its
Let,
terpene.
let Forrest finish. That's too much.
Excuse me.
I'll let him finish. Go ahead,
Well,
Forrest.
that's something that we see commonly, that is an intentional move that most people don't recognize to keep people dependent on specific products. They take the name of the strain, so it's not something you can get somewhere else. It's something you can only get from us because it's our particular strain, when in reality, some of them, for example, we know the people that gave them the initial ACDC or R4 plants that they may have bred and then called something new. And they don't tell them how to dose. Those are the two big tricks. They don't say how many milligrams are in there. They train people to dose based on volume, right? So I don't know the strain. It's only Hillary's Helper, and I only know I get like 0.5 milliliters, but nothing on the bottle tells me exactly what I'm getting. And that's intentional to keep people dependent on that one product, because you don't have the information necessary to understand you could move on and treat yourself or work with other medicines. And it's not an accident. So we see that with strains all the time.
Eventually, everything will be marketed by terpene and cannabinoid profile, and you'll be able to find very similar products yourself very easily.
Yeah, because the names won't be able to lie anymore. That it'll be exactly what Chimera said. Make the name the constituents that make up what it is.
Right.
Like, tell us
The
what it is.
cannabinoid and terpene profiles. That's what makes the name.
That's it.
Right.
The names can be, secondary for the people who existed for all that. We can be like, oh man, I love the terpenoline, myrcene, D-limonene, aka that sour diesel, or whatever, right? Like, there's going to be ways to still connect those names to those terpene profiles. But for me personally, I'm more interested in people knowing what they're getting each and every time accurately.
Yeah, so that's something we do quite a bit, is to just help families develop the right language. It's not this brand name that's saving your loved one or your mom or dad or child. It's cannabis. And you're not, let's learn about what you're dosing. Let's learn about what's in it, because that's what's going to free you to not be dependent on this one company, who may be charging you somewhere around 25 cents a milligram, when in reality, you can really take care of yourself in a much more affordable way if you learn exactly what it is you're given and dosing it. That gets me in a lot of trouble with some people, but that's just the way it is.
Well, I love where you're coming from, dude. And you know what? It's very much where I've been coming from for the longest time. Even when, promoting Prana through Tony's company in Jamaica, and they're like, we need this. I'm like, bro, you have coconuts and you have cannabis. Make your own. We don't know the recipes. I'm like, dude, I can promise you. Just start soaking it in coconut oil, using different cultivars, bioassaying. You'll find the one that works for you. It's a beautiful thing, the cannabis plant. It's not going to kill you trying it. You have access to it. There's so much analytical information in Jamaica because everyone uses it. Like everyone. Just some people don't talk about it. Like you get the grandma using it for the tea, for her cramps and her arthritis, and then she'll go out and give her grandson a smack in the back of the head because he's smoking a spliff. And he doesn't know she's using ganja, but she is.
Yeah. I think the last time, I do classes where we'll teach families how to make medicine. We try to work towards independence as much as we can, and empowering. And, the last time I got threatened to be sued was from a company who has a nasal spray product that they've convinced people that they've just spent hundreds of hours and all this money on doing, and in reality, it's just MCT oil in an Amazon nasal sprayer, and they are, wanting to patent that. Hey, Silas.
What's up, Silas? Hi. How's it going, man?
So as families, that little guy right there, when you're dealing with epileptics, there's 3 forms of rescue. It's sublingual, it's rectal, or it's nasal sprayer. We've been messing around with all those forever. And as this company in Colorado decided they could do it, they had a video go viral, and then all of a sudden they started threatening to sue organizations like mine, the Caldrius Network, because they wanted to corner the market. And they just manipulate parents and saying, you can't do this safely. we can do it in this high lab. It was really complicated. You can only get it from us, or you're risking your child's life. And when those of us who are educated and have known it, been working with this for a long time, know that they're just putting the same spray they put in the sublingual drops in a nasal sprayer, and they see big dollars at the end of it.
They're probably emulsifying it. They're probably there's some chemistry to emulsify if it's an oil-borne one to make it not separate, and you'll probably.
But then that would be the patent, not the method of getting it. Why would they want to take away one of the 3 ways that you can stop a seizure? Why would they want to
separate in MCT oil? Cannabinoids don't separate in MCT. There's no problem there.
No. But is it a water-based nasal spray?
It's MCT.
It's oil. It's oil.
Yeah.
It says you're basically.
And it'll aerosolize.
That's pretty wild. Okay. I would put that company on major blast, man, because that's like the epitome of evil. Once again, you're coming at it from the worst place. It wouldn't even be surprised to look at the board of that company and see it's like the ex-police chief, the ex-health minister, the ex.
And that company in particular is one of the worst at convincing parents and families that they're good guys by keeping them in the dark. So it's funny when you try to teach some parents about it, they'll lash out at you, and they'll come back at you. No, these people are great. They're saints. They're saviors. And they just don't realize how much they're being exploited. But we're going to keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah, maybe that's Martin Shkreli's cannabis company, his CBD company. That sounds like a him thing to do, Mr. Get the control of the drug there and raise the price 1,000% overnight. Remember that guy?
Yes. Bottom line is that cannabinoid suspended in MCT oil is not an invention. That's open art. So you can't claim and you can't shut down people who use.
Well, no. You can claim and you can go through court and then you can find out that you can't. But you can do whatever you want when it comes to these insane patent laws, dude. I'm telling you. I could just I could come up with a bunch of shit and say any patent is breaching my thing. And it's like, it doesn't often just get wiped off the table. They're like, oh, good business. Let's bring this in. Let's see how much money we can suck out of this. We're all lawyers.
Yeah, it's called a slap lawsuit.
This guy went as far to go on Silas's Meniscus syndrome awareness page and start making threats and calling us thieves for taking his product. And this guy's got a multi-million-dollar company. It's one of the biggest CBD companies out of Colorado, and they know that we're giving it away. So we're not even selling. So he has no ground for any lawsuit because the Caldrius Network doesn't sell anything. And his patents are nonsense that he's saying that he has. But this is just the level that some of these people go to keep control on the information. And that's kind of why I brought it up. It's not that it was we were selling and cutting into his market share. It's that they don't want people to know that there's really no magic behind this. I mean, this plant is there for all of us. And as much as you want to inform yourself and educate yourself, you can take some control into your own hands in your own life. And there's a lot of people who don't like that about cannabis. It's one of the reasons it's been so hard to monopolize, and pharmaceutical companies can't take it. Now we have the cannabis industry, some of them learning the same hard lesson as they just try to grasp on the control as much as they can.
It's almost all in the language, Forrest. When you hear people say, I helped, I did this, I did that, you're like, my fire alarms, my spider sense goes off. But when they say, cannabinoids helped them, I pointed them in the direction of cannabinoids and that helped them. It's like, yeah, exactly. It was the cannabinoids that helped them. I mean, let's not take credit for such silly things. It's so Donald Trump-esque, like, oh, huge crowd in Houston, huge crowd, great to see all you people, huge. It's like, dude, that is douchebaggery at the highest degree. That's like, you know what that's like? That's like giving a homeless person half a sandwich or money and then going home and posting about it on your social media. Oh, I just want to let everyone know today I gave a homeless person some money because I'm such a good person. I want you all to know that. It's like, man, it was good that you maybe gave that person a sandwich, but then you ruined it by talking about it and having to tell everyone about it and turning it into an ego thing. What are you going to do?
Marcus, I love it when you take big rips because your mind is fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah, well, big rips definitely unleashed whatever this is in here. I mean, some people call it the opposite of awesome, but I'll take that on a Sunday afternoon. Thanks, Peter. Big rips. Well, everyone ready for a big rip? It's going to be huge. It's going to be a huge rip. Look at these rips. They're huge. Well, that's it.
So I don't know if we have any other topic, but I know
rip, dude. You know what I've been ripping is this this little terp vaporizer, and the grass that I got, man. It's got 10 major types of terpenes. So
how is it tasty as muck? What is that, like 3-4% terpenes?
Yeah, it's really high, man. I don't know the exact percentage, but it's 3 different types with like each strain. One strain has like 7 to 9 different types of majors, right? There's so many different terpenes you can test for, but as far as the major ones, this one's got 7 to 9 in each strain.
I look forward to the day where we go as deep as the machines will let us, and just go as deep as we can because I'm also a firm believer, for whatever reason, that the terpenes that are in the lesser amounts could be just as important.
Yeah, you're probably
I mean, it's just an opinion. I have nothing to back it up.
Right, I'm learning too, and I agree 100% with you, dude. Like, those little macro doses of the other ones probably act as like a catalyst to some of the other ones to maybe make, you know, that their efficacy enhanced. So without the one, like that perfect balance, you know.
I have a hard time believing that they're there for no reason.
Totally right, man. Yep.
And it's also one more of the...
I predict right here and now, because when I've tested for terpenes, I always found plus 50. That there might be more, but I only had 100 standards of the 150 terpenes found in cannabis. But the end effect of it is the terpenes that we did find, some of them have very positive effects. A few of them had negative effects. So there could be terpenes that you really don't want in there also.
Oh, really? That's interesting. Wow. So there's ones that you don't want in there.
At least from a recreational point of view. From a medical point of view, it might be completely different. But
no, I've seen it happen.
You're talking about flavor-wise?
I've seen certain strains, terpenes, have absolutely adverse effects. So, to give an example, there's a high CBD strain called Electra. There's Electra 4. So we were using high CBD strains with a lot of kids, and typically ACDC is like my tried and true. It's just stable. It's got a good terpene profile. It's what's being used a lot by Mashulin's group. I think people who are doing medical work have really kind of stuck with it. It's been pretty decent. And I switched over with Silas at one point to Electra because we were out of ACDC. Exact same CBD dose, and his seizures went through the roof. They just spiked incredibly. And I was kind of skeptical, like, well, could it be this? Could it just be something in his system that's causing it? And eventually he said, well, we got to get the other strain back and see what happens. And they stopped immediately. So something in that terpene, and I had another medicine we gave him once that I didn't realize had Electra in it. And both times he had really adverse reactions. And only difference in that is their terpene profile.
When you change these formulations that you're giving him, how quickly do you see a difference in his symptoms, in his response to it? Like if you change his oil this morning, he'll immediately today be different than...
Yeah, I think that has to do with the metabolism rate, right? Just like when we use it in other ways, it's in our system, and its most effective time window is in that 4 to 6 hour range. And you know, I had used high CBD oils I'll stick with Silas here, but for a year, and never had we had some cognitive benefit, but never helped with a seizure. He seized every single day on the dot. And when we got to more balanced profiles, and it was actually that strain Haze the first time, when we started that, he had like 80 seizures on Friday. We started the Haze Saturday morning, and he didn't have a seizure for 4 months. It was his first time in 3 years he hadn't seized. So the onset was immediate. His body immediately had the tools it needed to correct the problem. And the same with the adverse reactions. When we gave it to him that day, it was like, holy crap, what has happened? You know, so I have heard some parents, and Dr. Bonnie Goldstein has talked about this, attribute a 4 to 6 week period to just keep trying to inflammation in the brain. So and I would see that as maybe something different going on than an endocannabinoid deficiency disorder or a regulatory issue. But when you have constant CBD doses, there's the thought that what could be happening is some of the swelling starts to go down in the brain. And when it goes down to a certain point, they see all of a sudden the onset of some kind of efficacy. And she's talked about that quite a bit. But in my personal experience, I haven't seen that. I've seen we see it relatively quickly, immediately, like that day or the next day, or we don't.
What's the longest Silas has ever gone without a seizure?
Almost 6 months. Yeah. Well, it depends. He has 10 different kinds of seizures. So when we started him on the Haze, he went a year and a half without a single grand mal seizure. So he went
10 different kinds.
Yeah, 10. He has 10 different kinds. So within that window, we went almost 6 months without any seizures, and then we had some what are called myoclonic spasms, these smaller seizures, but it was a year and a half before we had what would be considered a dangerous or serious seizure. So we saw amazing effects, and then that was from 2,500 seizures a month, to 0. It was, and that's really when you can't experience something like that and not be 100% convinced to the efficacy of cannabis as a medicine. So,
go ahead, Natasha.
I just wanted to ask a question. So, is Silas taking? Is my voice okay?
Yeah, it was a bit robotic for a second, but it's good now.
It's okay now. I'm just wondering, is Forrest taking just a rescue dose with the intranasal, or is he doing like a daily maintenance dose for those periods when he's gone seizure-free? Like you mentioned, he did the 1 dose and then was seizure-free for 3 months. Like, is that taking it every day, or is he taking like 1 treatment and then feeling that effect? Can you explain that a little bit?
Every 4 hours.
Every 4 hours.
Yeah, and that's what we see is a lot of people ask, can cannabis be a cure? And I don't. In what I've read about how it works in the body and what we've seen, it's not. It's more of a supplement, and it's those phytocannabinoids are supplementing the lack in our endogenous cannabinoid system as long as they're there. And when they're gone, the body can no longer utilize them, and the problems and consequences sort of manifest. We save some of in our Oedipus tissue, so you do get some residual trickling, but for the most part, it's in the system and it's therapeutic dose. Some people go a couple times a day. I've found that the more consistent I can keep that level, the more effective. So we go every 4 hours, just to be right on that point of the metabolism rate in the body.
And intranasal every 4 hours, or do you do oral?
Intranasal is only to break out of a tonic-clonic seizure. So that's meant we've 100% been able to use that as a rescue medication for tonic-clonics. Haven't seen it work really well with other types of cluster seizures. We don't have to go totally in the epilepsy world, but
what dose is effective for rescue in a nasal spray?
That's what's great about understanding cannabinoids is we've actually been able to adjust that for different children. There are certain children who are the stuff that's on the market is at 5 milligrams THC per spray. And that's just, I don't know why they landed there, but what we do is, there are some kids who are sensitive to THC, and we've actually seen still benefit by bringing that down to 1 milligram THC or 2, and then having CBD and other cannabinoids in there as well. But typically what you're seeing in the market, and we use something similar for Silas, it's about around 5 milligrams. It's a 0.1 ml sprayer. So they last forever. That's another thing about the nasal spray. That's why it's a sensitive issue for me. It's only for life-saving, and you're talking 0.1 ml per spray. So with a gram, you're offering, 500, you can offer quite a bit of rescue for a family. And what you're supplementing or what you're relieving is the need for the pharmaceutical rescue meds. And those are always heavy benzodiazepines. Ativan, Diastat, Versed, you know, so they're really intense, nasty drugs. Like, they would cause just as much problem as the seizures in a lot of ways, because you get this benzo withdrawal and dump afterwards. So you have these just emotional crying kids, and you're trying to console them from the seizures. So we've 100% been able to switch purely to cannabis rescue sprays, and they're working really well for us because we use them for tonic-clonics. Other types of clusters, I haven't seen them work, you know. So kids who have focal clusters or myoclonic clusters, it doesn't seem to work. But something about when the brain's in that full tonic-clonic seizure mode, 20 seconds or so, they snap right out of it.
I had one more question for you, Forrest, if you didn't mind.
Sure.
I was wondering if you went through the variety of extraction processes to find the one that you guys are using now, or if you just kind of came across that one early and it worked and that's the one you've stuck with.
No, we went through, so I've used, well, I haven't used all of them. I've always stayed away from BHO type of extractions just because, you know, I don't know a lot of people down here who do it super well. But we went through this. We have some Haze rosin right here. This is a good amount of Haze rosin. We went through those processes. We went through CO2 and then settled on the ethanol extraction, not because I want to be 100% solvent free, but one, the people that we have doing it are probably the best I've seen. So when you get really good at your craft, you're able to get the solvents out for the most part. But what that did is and I wish we had a smell-o-vision here where I could have you guys experience it, but it's a process that is able to really maintain a lot of the whole plant. And in working with what I had to work with, the CO2 extractors that I had, it was great. It was crystal clear, but it was really, there was almost no smell to it at all. It really extracted out a lot of the terpenes. And I know there are people who are able to do it with the terpenes, but I didn't have access to it at the time. So we settled on that because it got me the best whole plant profile from what we had to work with down here is in our community. So.
Forrest, can I ask one more question? What was I going to say? Oh, with the different types of cultivars you're finding, are you paying attention to the terpene profiles? Like, have you noticed, like, linalool has been helpful? Like, I know that has some efficacy for different types of seizures. So I'm just wondering if you have any experience with that, or working with lavender or other plants that can also be helpful, together with cannabis, of course.
Sure.
I've got some test results in front of me, Forrest.
Yeah.
We were talking about AC/DC being of benefit to Silas, and how Electra was problematic for him. So I went and found some of the test results from those two varieties. And AC/DC has, in this particular test result, it's a concentrate. No, this is a tincture. 0.75% terpenoline, a little bit of linalool, less than 1/10%, 1/3% beta-myrcene, citronelle, carophyllene oxide, and then beta-carophyllene is by far the largest terpene in that test result. And meantime, if you go over here to Electra 4, the big one by far is terpenoline is 1.8%, and 2.2% limonene in Electra, and almost 1% of beta-myrcene, but no beta-carophyllene, and no, what was that other one? Significantly reduced amount of terpenoline in AC/DC compared to the Electra 4.
What about linalool? Was there, you said there was a little bit in the AC/DC, but in the Electra, yes. Was there any?
None. No linalool in the Electra.
That's interesting because one of my favorite cultivars, being the Haze varieties, and it seems to be high in terpenoline, really does mess with certain people's central nervous systems and just blows them into full-blown anxiety attack. Like it just, I've seen it like so many times. Welcome, Alec.
Hey.
We're just talking testing. We're talking cannabinoids. We're talking terpenes. When are you guys going to start testing for more terpenes?
For one, terpenoline is like one of my favorite terpenes, and it took me a while to get into it. I used to be in the Navy. I was in the Navy for 5 years, and when I first got out of the Navy, terpenoline was actually the terpene my buddy shared in a bowl with me, and I freaked out and had such a bad experience that I had to go kind of excuse myself from our hangout, and I had to go to sleep, and it set me off on a path where, you know, for the first like 10, 20 times, it gave me incredible anxiety.
So check this out. The conversation we're having right now, Forrest was talking about different CBD cultivars that he was using for Silas, and that the one, I guess, what we're figuring out here from what Wade was saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the main differences was terpenoline, that in the one that set Silas off, there was a higher level of terpenoline. Electra, was it called?
Electra 4 had almost 4 times the amount in a similar preparation of terpenoline as AC/DC.
But
and
I wonder
they both have very similar cannabinoid profiles.
I wonder if that mechanism is similar, that mechanism that gives people an anxiety attack and sets off. It seemingly feels like your entire central nervous system has been just like set off. And I can imagine if you, go ahead, Forrest.
I say we're moving into speculation, or maybe Natasha.
Of course.
Add to this. But I would think, you know, if you look at just logic would lead us to believe that when we're talking about epilepsy in general and some other neurological conditions, we're talking about overexcitation at the presynaptic nerve, right? An overactive nerve that the endocannabinoid system is failing to bring into homeostasis. So if we're feeling these, you know, effects of maybe anxiety or things like that, that to me leads me to believe that there's like a higher level of bonding at that CB1 receptor. That would all lead kind of into the same direction, and that could be something that is interesting. Someone much smarter than I should look into that, Natasha.
I think that's a really good call on that too, because you know, if you know, I've seen you know, quite a few times, you know, at different kind of, you know, big cannabis culture events when somebody's almost, you know, being served up with way too big of a dab or dose, you know, of cannabis, and you know, kind of it almost looks like they slightly start to go into a convulsive type situation, you know, or like almost like a mini seizure type thing. So it's interesting in the you know, excitement of the CB1 receptor, or overstimulation of the CB1 receptor, because, you know, when that seems to happen, it seems to, you know, set people off, even if they're, you know, once enjoying cannabis, you know, into this path of, you know, kind of starting to become more anxiety each time you do it.
Don't you think it's also a combination of low blood sugar and low blood pressure that sets people off like this?
To a degree, but Sam, I'll tell you something, okay? Like, because you've been smoking full melt the longest, so you might have a faded view of the reality of the situation. Yeah, but by 1999, when I released bubble bags, okay, and started making full melt bubble, that was new to most people. Not to you, but to most people it was new. And I'll tell you, I knocked out dozens of people in those days, and I did not give them huge monster rips. I'd just be like, here, have a rip, or we'd roll a snake into a joint. Here, we go to a Ben Harper concert, 5 people in one night, unconscious, fall down, forward, sideways, like it was a nightmare. I don't see it anymore. I very rarely see anyone, unless it's at some weird cup and they're dehydrated and they haven't slept in 2 days because they've traveled far. You see it the odd time there, but I used to see it. I mean, it got so bad that I wanted to get pads for in front of my booth at the Cannabis Cup when we were still at the PAX Party House, because so many people collapsed in front of my booth, like completely collapsed, and other people's booths as well. I seen a guy collapse on top of Ham Brushland had a little glass booth one year, and this kid fell literally on Ham's glass and then rolled over onto the next guy's glass table, just like breaking glass like you wouldn't believe. It was, he didn't get hurt.
What I used to see a lot was people would sort of sit or squat and take a hit, and then they would stand up.
Yeah, that's a good way to fall down.
There's a lot, we don't know a lot about CBD and some of these other cannabinoids as much as we'd like to know, but one of the things we do know is how it modulates THC's ability to bond to the receptor. And as we learn that, and then you take that to what people explain, like, oh, well, when I have THC or CBD and I introduce CBD, it relieves the anxiety, it relieves some of these negative effects. And, you know, what is important, I think, to realize is that when THC bonds to that CB1 receptor, it's not just a black and white response. How long it bonds is like a spectrum of what type of effects you're going to see. And it's on the longer end of that bonding spectrum where you can see some of that panic and anxiety and those sort of things. And I think when we hear people talk about, oh, you know, I used to smoke in the 60s and 70s and it was a lot better, we used to giggle, and now it's just too much, I get all these negative effects. It's not just that cannabis is stronger in THC levels, which obviously it is, but it's the combination, it's a 1-2 punch of more THC and less of the cannabinoids that are there to modulate how THC bonds to that receptor. So you get longer bonding times, which has an intense effect. So then you compound that by concentrating it in other ways, and yeah, you're going to have some.
Now you're getting into the therapy.
Yeah.
That's therapy right there.
That's why I think the future of like general cannabis, a little hint out there, but I think it's in that, 6-to-1, 1-to-6 sort of balanced spectrum, more in the middle as we've really pushed it out to THC, but I think as craft cannabis becomes more and more desired, as we push those spectrums maybe back inward, we're going to find more of that effect that has different bubbly or giggly sort of effects that people miss, and is not as risky. You know, you don't take a hit and have a bad experience that makes you never want to come back. You know, I think there's going to be a market in the future for just some, like sometimes we want Jack Daniels and sometimes we want a Coors Light, you got to have something a little safer.
Can't you get really, really high quality cannabis or dry sipped or whatever the product is and just take a smaller amount rather than taking such large amounts?
Well, I mean, that's hard to do when you're smoking though, right? Isn't that the hard part about taking a rip is control?
I think it's hard for the human ego, but I constantly am all about turning people on to taking a rip without having a bad experience. So I microdose people. I give them the smallest, tiniest, and some people say it's perfect and others are like, oh, I didn't feel anything. I said, well, now you can take another one instead of being all whited out on that chair right now because you took too big a one.
Well, that's what they say. They say
responsible use.
Yeah, and they say dose low and titrate slow, and especially when you're like trying to frame a positive response with your endocannabinoid system, because I mean, especially for people that have post-traumatic stress, whether it's a vet or anybody that's experienced trauma, because from what I've seen is, so typically they almost have a higher propensity to have this like really negative kind of kind of at least at the beginning, because what you see with a lot of vets is, that are, the Iraq vets and then the Afghan war vets, the ones that come back with post-traumatic stress, try to start using cannabis, have a really high propensity to have this incredibly negative kind of effect from taking THC, even in somewhat moderate amounts. But then what you see is that when they start working with, like you guys are saying, like a 20-to-1, 6-to-1, what have you, microdosing THC, having higher doses of CBD, going through the ritual of kind of rolling up a joint and grinding up some herb, you see it really start to prime people's system in a positive way where they can start to tease out the beneficial effects, and then over time start to be able to titrate up their THC, and then what you see is a flip. Once somebody almost like I really feel like it's whenever you start working with cannabis, you almost go through this like rite of passage, because sometimes you got to feel weird. You're all in control of your mind and your ego, and sometimes like you need to let go, and the cannabis plant like really humbles you out in that way, and almost like slams you into the ground if you fight it, and so I think it's almost something where we all need to go through at some point or another when we're working with cannabis to truly have the respect for the plant. But it's such a service that we have to, set it up right for people, because, we don't know what they're going through. And if they're going through some really heavy post-traumatic stress or what have you, they might be set off forever if we give them too big of a dose of THC, But then eventually over time, once they've developed that relationship and established that, pass through the rite of passage with the plant and their relationship with the plant, you see them typically flip. And, if you look at the old Vietnam vets and, Korean War vets, typically, they're like Sam, they're like, fuck CBD, that's for, blah, 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 then they smoke like high terpenoline kind of sativa type feeling strains, and so I think it's all about, the building up and that, dose low, titrate slow thing, so you can, experience a maximized positive effect.
Well, I have a question, Alec. So not too long ago, I smoked some hash, I think, and I started shaking, right? Like I wasn't cold, but I felt like I was really cold, and I was just like shaking, and I was like, I can handle my grass, I've ridden the fucking snake, man, and I'm okay with the plant. I'm tuned into Mother Earth, right? But I was shaking. Like my hand was shaking. And I didn't know if I was like channeling a lot of energy at the time, or if I was just, and so I read about it online. I went out and I checked it out. So what that was that was a THC overdose. So,
well, it's interesting because that's happened to me quite a few times. It hasn't happened to me anytime in the most recent time, and maybe it's because I'm downregulated or something. But I used to call it the stone chills. Because like if I smoked, certain types of red, so I go like full body shakes, like I'm almost like teeth chatter, and I was like, wow, I'm like feel really cold, but I'm not really cold. Right. That's a real interesting thing to study.
You're not cold, like you could have a blanket on, but you're shaking, like as if you're freezing cold, and you're just so fucked up, man, that you're like shaking out. And what I read was that was a THC OD, and that if you take a little bit of the terps, it'll kind of balance it out. And I think talking or listening to Marcus earlier, what he was saying about the fact that he, has ingested this comprehensive diversity of terpenes, and what it did was it gave him this clear, crisp fucking vibe where he was conscious, collected, and just refined, but really feeling great, and he wasn't tweaking out. So maybe that has something to do with it.
No shaking there. No shaking there.
I would say that shaking and your teeth chattering, both of those can also be related to low blood sugar and low blood pressure, which can be brought on by large amounts of THC quickly.
There you go. Interesting thought. Well, you guys were talking about people like falling over and shit. And maybe that THC, too much of that could have something to do with it, where there isn't a good balance, of the terpene or the entourage effect, right? The combination of the terpenes with the THC to really regulate it. If you're just doing straight THC shots, maybe that could have something to do with it.
I think the terpenes help it happen even easier if the right terpenes.
You ever get those shakes, Sam?
Yes, it happens to me all the time. If I have really low blood sugar, I can't regulate my body heat so easy, or I will get shakes.
Oh yeah,
it's the shake and bake.
Hey, welcome, Chimera. You had something to say on this?
Well, not on the shaking part, no. But just on the people being novel users. And I think two of the for me, the ones that come up often are people that want to try cannabis for the first time after they've been drinking. They're conditioned by society to be against it. And then when they've had a few drinks, they've got their inhibitions down, and they're a little more likely to try it. And that's not really a good combination for success.
Crossfaded.
Yeah, it's not a good combo for success. Because people get the spins, and then they're off it for life, like Alec was saying. The other thing on dosing, and I had this experience with my mom once. She came out to visit, and I had some pounds and kilos of seeds and plants and everything in my house, and it was all stashed away and hidden. And she came out, and I had a surgery, and to relax, she took a little bit too much, and was in my room 15 minutes later trying to call the police.
Oh, no.
So you gotta be careful, Larry. You gotta be careful, and it was like I had to talk her down, and I knew all the signs. It was she had the heart, she had that fast heartbeat, and people when they're stoned, they feel that fast heartbeat, that tachycardia, which is actually an effect of THC.
And
And
then if your friends are ever shaking too much, the best thing to do is to give them a large sifting bowl with a screen at the bottom with a lot of herb in it and let them make hash for you.
So anyway, I forgot what I was saying.
Ryan, did she? So was she trying to call the cops on you? Was she turning on you, or
No.
was she just, like,
She
turning
was
on
like,
herself?
she was having an OD. She wanted to go to the hospital, but she came in and she was like, "We need to call the police," you know. And it was like, and she had, you know,
So
but she
funny
was
how that
having that.
happened.
She was having that panic. Like I said, when you get that tachycardia, and you're stoned, people self-interpret that as something catastrophic, right?
And you know what, Chimera? Even worse than that. First, they react to it and they increase their heartbeat even more, and that's when they think they're going to die.
Well, yeah, it's a self-feedback loop, right? It's like, you know, high tachycardia. They interpret it as catastrophic. Their heart rate goes up even more.
Like
First they have fear, and then they get fear of the fear.
Yeah,
and that's
but
really
it was actually pretty easy to bring her down because, you know, I recognized the signs and I said, okay, look, you're fine. You're just having tachycardia. In 15 minutes, this is going to be gone. You know, let's go out. I'll make you a glass of tea, kind of thing. And, you know, I was able to walk her off the ledge, so to speak. But, you know, I think as like the indoctrinated, we need to be cognizant of who we're indoctrinating, right? And how we indoctrinate them too. You don't line somebody up of their first time with a fucking gram dab,
Exactly.
right? It's all about microdosing. Cannabis THC to a naive user, like to a system that's never been primed before, is a really strong drug.
Right. Yeah. It's irresponsible. You know, I use a video. There's a video on YouTube you can look up, and I'll find the name and I'll say it later. So I'm not sure the name, but it's just like college kids in a dorm room, and they give this kid who's never smoked cannabis in his life this huge ripping dab, and
probably hot too.
He gets cannabinoid-induced paralysis on the spot, which is a real thing. Dr. O'Shaughnessy first wrote about it in the 1800s, and finally they go to touch him, and he snaps out of it, and he goes into this huge panic attack because he was conscious but couldn't move.
Yeah, I've seen that video. It's remarkably funny.
It's heartbreaking, and I use that video when I have to have because I like to have the conversation about all use is medicinal use, you know, because I think that really means that there's nothing we could ever do wrong, and I think we can use this plant. You can use anything irresponsibly, and that video really is a great example, because that kid is likely ruined from ever having some sort of healthy relationship with cannabis in his life, because the people who were with him thought it'd be funny and thought it would be cool, and were just using it irresponsibly. You know?
Yeah, drugs are a choice. Like you can't be dosing people that don't. You can't be sandbagging people. We used to call it sandbagging. You know, loading somebody up with a bunch of LSD when they aren't expecting a hit. But I think it's totally wrong. Drugs are a choice, right? Like your state of mind is a choice, and you have to be prepared for that state of mind, that altered state of mind.
Well, you know, and that's one of the things that, you know, because I might have even mentioned this before on Hash Church, but, you know, I do a lot of education training kind of for bud tenders, and I really try to impart like how much of a responsibility it is, because, you know, I mean, everybody, since they have such varying levels of endocannabinoid system tone and kind of tolerance, you know, I mean, you know, that's, you know, and doing it drunk and you get crossfaded, or, you know, just the slightest bit having such a, you know, lighting off effect of all your CB1 receptors. But, you know, one of the trippiest parts about it is, you know, I mean, most people that I've, you know, come across, I mean, it's so fascinating how many people say, oh, it's not for me. You know, or, oh, the cannabis these days is so strong. You know, I used to smoke cannabis back in the day. I loved it. You know, but and so it happens to people that are first-time users. It happens to people that take, you know, significant breaks in between for months or years, and then it happens to people one day that just are steady users that take all of a sudden a full gram dab and then flip the script, and then they're freaking out for the rest of the time. And so it's a really, really interesting kind of, I don't know. I really hope that, you know, there's a lot of research around this topic, because it seems like it happens very almost predictable for so many different types of these, you know, patients coming into contact or coming into use with cannabis. And so it's like of that much more of an importance to set it up right. Because,
well, let's face it. I mean,
not supposed to use, or if somebody's like intended in their lifetime to use it for this certain autoimmune condition that they have, you know, but this little 18-year-old bud tender gives them like a, you know, 28%, you know, high terpenoline dominant ghost train haze or something, you know, that person probably won't ever smoke again, you know, and then that person pretty much has that on his karma, or her karma, because that person might have been intended to kind of come into a relationship with this plant in a, you know, really respectful, awesome way, to where they could have, you know, eventually gotten to enjoy that type of a dose or that type of a terpene.
Yeah, I think partly it's also due to the fact that we live in an incredibly immature market, right? We don't have, it's not a complete market. You don't have all the chemotypes that are possible in the species on the market. You don't have all these different, you know, percentages. Like you said, like where's there like an 8% pinene dominant variety on the market? Dispensaries wouldn't buy it, right? Which is really the worst possible thing, because there's a whole class of people that would really benefit from that type of product. So I think as we move forward, you know, even
because they're feeding the prohibition market still.
Well, these are echoes of prohibition, right? But like I said, as we move into a, you know, a more developed and mature marketplace, I think that all these products will have a place in the market. We're going to start seeing, you know, like these non-myrcene dominant type 2s of different types and other cannabinoid combinations that are essentially THC with another cannabinoid, and that other cannabinoid can act as a buffer. And it's really, we're at the, again, I get excited by this stuff because we're at the beginning of this journey, heading on these paths and having these, you know, more tools that we can use, you know, like we're talking about when we're indoctrinating new people into the market, or into the ceremony, or essentially into the
that's
lifestyle.
interesting too, because with CBD with THC is kind of almost like a buffer cannabinoid for the novice or inexperienced user, as opposed to like a propyl like THCV combined with THC, which might be like blast off, you know, added freak out, you know, or something like that.
Yeah, well, or CBG, or, you know, maybe even CBC. So,
did you say THCV?
Yeah, I mean, that was speculative. You'd probably know more about that. I was just saying, like, a novice user or a vet use like a 1-to-1 THC.
THCV does not get you high at all. It's a CBD1 antagonist.
Really? THCV doesn't? I always heard it was kind of like a
yeah, we all did. That's what we always heard, but it's not true.
So, really? What's the effect? Is it like it's not?
I've smoked it pure, and I also created varieties that were 20, 30, 40, 80, 89% THCV.
Whoa! So you said it's a CB1 receptor antagonist?
It's a neutral. Yeah, it's a neutral antagonist.
Correct.
It's a neutral antagonist.
Whoa.
So it's more similar to CBD.
So microdosing is the way, from what you guys are saying, as professionals within the industry, to kind of bring new users into the efficacy of the plant.
Don't hand a 14-year-old a bottle of 151 proof.
Yeah. And not only 14-year-olds. I wish Hillary was in the room right now, because she works with elderly people in their 70s, 80s, 90s, and even 100-year-old people who are using cannabis for the first time. And Hillary Black, the founder of the BC Compassion Club, who now works through Bedrocon, through Canopy Growth, that's what she does. She works with a lot of different elderly people. She told the story on the all-female Hash Church panel there, where she turned her grandma on to, I think her grandma's like 101 now.
It's awesome.
Yeah, really, really cool stories. But I mean, it's the same thing. You're not going to take a 90-year-old person or a 100-year-old person and give them a half-gram dab like that, or just some crazy huge edible.
It's like huddling somebody. It's like maniacal.
No, it's maniacal for sure, dude.
And even we got to be careful with experienced users too, because if you've taken a break from cannabis and haven't consumed in a while, and then think your dose is where it used to be, you're going to be on your butt. And also with new routes of administration. We all know smoking is very different than eating, which is different than suppositories. So again, someone being introduced to a different method of consumption. I know a lot of people don't want to consume it by smoking. And so a lot of new users, their first experience is with eating it. And they're like, oh, it's just a cookie, it's just a brownie. And then go into full mode panic attack and think they're dying and never want to eat cannabis again. Even the smell of it grosses them out. So
Yeah, Natasha.
We do not want to give people that experience.
Yeah, that's why I also like to always try to, get people to, kind of, create like a ritual out of it, because, they see just, the act of sitting there and grinding up an herb and, kind of going through the process of, almost like praying to it or putting your intentions into it and, learning how to roll a joint, with it. And even though you're microdosing THC, you're still going through all these actions that seem in some way to, prime, I'm sure at least with placebo or something, start to, do something with your endocannabinoid system. I mean, that's part speculation, but I think, the more we bring kind of, I guess, ceremony or ritual into most of our practices, the better of an experience, or
well,
more
intention also. If you're using cannabis and expecting it to go badly, it's going to go badly. So if you have a high anxious feeling about using it, and Chimera brought up first users a lot of the time is with cannabis because is with alcohol because alcohol lowers your inhibitions, and so you'll try cannabis where before you wouldn't have tried it, and then you have a bad experience where you feel too dizzy, you get too sleepy, it ruins your party, and
they blame the cannabis.
Yes, they blame the cannabis. They don't blame that
or they
say
there's
drunk.
PCP in it.
But think about this. They are going into this experience with billions upon billions of dollars of propaganda that have gotten them so terrified at the idea of being high that many people still to this day will choose massive surgeries, chemotherapies, radiation therapies over even trying a plant first. They're too afraid to get high. They're like, I would rather have my arm removed than get high. And that's serious propaganda. That's a serious fucking propaganda when you have people that afraid that they will do surgery on their body before trying a benign herb that may or may not work. Just try.
Yeah, we got to remember too. I mean, I've seen this a bunch of times when people get up there in age. It's threatening to their whole world to start believing that the things that they were told and believed is true are actually not true, because it makes them question their whole reality. And so it's really it's a tough thing to deal with, But again, I think what Alec was saying from the beginning is that whole start low and go slow thing with this type of user is really important, because it can be a powerful drug and you want it to be a nice soft landing. You don't want it to be like rip roaring high running down the beach kind of thing, right?
What's so refreshing in listening to you, all of you guys, you professionals in the industry, is that to know that there's an alternative. Because when I first started smoking grass when I was 17, 18 years old, a long time ago, like 20 years ago or so, we just smoked the whole joint, and got really high really fast, and that's all we did. That's what everybody did. So now to really know that the industry has evolved to a point of competency where people can really get the education on how exactly to microdose, to take just a very small amount so that you're getting the healing and all the benefits of this plant, being able to use it, being able to acclimate to it correctly, to get to a point where you can actually understand it better instead of being turned off like I could have been when I was younger.
Yeah,
and so high.
And another consideration too, which is such a trip, I've got such deep respect and admiration and everything for those that are kind of working with cancer patients, working with terminally ill patients, and it's so crazy, kind of. And my experience with that is like Valerie Corral of Wham, and the experience that she has and the service that she kind of embodies to be in service to people that are sick and poor and dying. But when somebody's especially a cancer patient that is trying to kind of utilize cannabis as maybe the number one resource instead of taking chemo or radiation,
right.
Kind of that, I mean, if somebody's never used cannabis before, they have such a virgin endocannabinoid receptor system, and this tiniest amount of THC is going to have such a lighting off effect of the CB1 receptors that then, they almost have this, kind of, mountain of hash oil that's decarboxylated or, combined with CBD or what have you. And it's like, okay, well, there's a mountain of hash oil. Not you have to eat it all in the next 100 days or something. And, I know, a couple people would, cringe at me saying that, but, I mean, the way to the most harm reductive space that Valerie has found that has the most optimal balance and effect is, and just what we're talking about. it's starting on an oil that you're, ingesting that's higher in CBD, much higher in CBD in the ratio of CBD to THC, and they're microdosing THC to build a baseline tolerance to the psychoactive effects. And then, over time start to build up, to where, there's an optimal kind of ratio. And Valerie finds for a lot of different types of cancer, the ratio ultimately ends up at a higher THC to CBD ratio, but it's still pretty significant, 5 to 1, 6 to something like that around THC to CBD. But, to the point where, these patients that are like trying to truly bring out and invoke the medicinal benefit of this plant, have to go through, I can only imagine how heavy of an experience that is while you're, kind of dealing with the existential crisis of the fact that, you are facing death.
Yeah.
And then you're taking cannabis in a way where you have to just fully let go and release, any controls or things in your ego, and eventually, get to the point where you're taking, in excess of 500 to 1,000 milligrams of THC a day. And same thing, I know people might like cringe at, that type of a dose, but that's, it's crazy how, various and certain types of people end up getting to that dose range. And then when they, sustain on that dose, kind of over, X amount of time, they have these incredible benefits and, apoptotic or anti-proliferative effects, et cetera, but it's just amazing because, if this entire panel, ate 1,500 milligrams of THC between us, would probably all get pretty blasted, maybe with an exception of a couple of us, but it's just crazy to think of what somebody has to
There's
take
a couple of us who have eaten several times 1,500 milligrams in a single day, and that was for recreational use.
It was for cosmonaut use, let's be honest.
Yeah, psychonaut.
That's definitely psycho.
And what's crazy to me is like, I'm more scared of the high dose THC effects because of what I felt from that than I am from, doing a high dose like psilocybin or something like that,
Yeah.
Well, Alec, man, I gotta tell you, dude, thank you for that work, brother. Thank you.
Hey, that's so much. Oh, that's all Val Corral, WHAM, and other organizations, like her that are taking on that level of service. I'm very grateful for the ability to work with them and to, understand and build my compassion and empathy around, what type of a reality people go through in that. But it just, again, such a profound service, that we can't like mishandle essentially.
I first met the Corrals, Valerie and is it Mike?
Yes, Valerie and Mike Corral.
Yeah, I first met them at Skunkman Sam's place for a lovely evening dinner. It was a great place to meet them.
Yep, they've been friends for a long time.
Well, that's what I knew, and I could tell, obviously, you guys were telling amazing stories, and it was just nice to this was years ago. This had to be 12 or 15 years ago. I don't know when I first met them, but yeah, I could tell that you guys, even then, had been friends for a long time.
It'd be great to have them on at some point.
Would love to.
Yeah, I've just talked to Valerie yesterday because we're going to do a Cannabis Restored episode here pretty much. But I met her at a speaking event as well. And you can't not be inspired with what she does when you hear her talk about it.
Well, Natasha, we have to put that together, and I think if we get Valerie and Mike, we definitely got to invite Hillary that day as well. I think she was they were a huge inspiration to Hillary in the starting of the BC Compassion Club. So that would be really cool. Love to have them on. Cool.
Yeah. For those who wanted to see that video that we were talking about, it's guy's first marijuana experience ends with freak out. So if you want to see how not to introduce someone to cannabis, or if you want to see what cannabinoid induced paralysis looks like, guy's first marijuana experience ends with freak out.
If you want to see what cannabinoid induced bliss looks like, tune into Fish's free webcast tonight because they're doing a webcast of their show and it's free.
Yeah, that's so good. The whole light thing, the whole Chris Kuroda, that really makes couch tour a thing. Go ahead, Forrest.
I was just gonna say I'll be watching.
I will too. I really enjoy. I'm a fish head at heart for many years, and I don't get to go to shows. And Trey got busted with oxycodone, so he can't come to Canada very often. So couch tour is a real thing. I will be enjoying it. Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Free Link.
Yeah, and it's free. Can't go wrong, right?
Well, you know, it's a good thing. I like it. I mean, I would pay too. They're definitely, it's worth the value of paying like $20.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can get a package too. I think you can get like the download, the MP3, and the like you were there.
Well, we got feedback there. It is. Click. Yep, and now it's gone, just like that. All right, well, what a great conversation today so far. Man, we've got into a whole bunch of different things. I love it. I love when the conversation is just flowing freely and natural. And it's interesting to see the levels too, you know, the way we can go from this. It's just always been a plant of variety. It's always been a very long stick that you can go on either way with cannabis. And even in the conversation when you're talking about, you know, assholes basically inducing paralysis and seizures upon their friends, and then like angels like Forrest trying to help people use cannabis as a medicine to avoid seizures and paralysis. Like, that's fucking crazy.
I think we're just coming into a new time. You know, we have the freedom now to really explore the whole spectrum of types of relationships we can have with cannabis. And I think prohibition has really robbed us of that. You know, we have one or a few different types of relationships with cannabis because it just wasn't, to have more minor or different sort of integrated relationships, it wasn't worth the risk involved to explore it. And you know, and so what was available to be produced was certain types of cannabis for certain types of relationships. And I think in 10 years from now, we're going to see a completely different set of options and ways we can integrate cannabis into our life that has just been, you know, it's been hindered by prohibition. And for me, it's just a really exciting time. You know, it's something that with the podcast that I'm working on, that's 100% of what we're exploring is what are these different relationships and stories that we could have as if, you know, they have been hindered by prohibition. And it's really exciting for me.
And not just prohibition, hindered by prohibition and continued by big business.
Yeah, yeah.
Which one of our panelists just posted the THCB binding article?
That would be me. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, that may be true, but try smoking it, then tell me what you think.
Oh, no, I'm just pointing out this is Roger Pertwee's article, so I'm just telling you, you know, what's in the literature. Dan would probably know that better than me.
I wonder if there's value in the scientist puffing and understanding the bioassay versus the test and seeing whether they are arrived.
I wonder about any scientist that would not puff out of curiosity to the substance he's been studying for years and years and years. But I know Roger Pertwee personally, and he's a really, really nice guy.
Awesome.
It reminded me of like a does it even lift, bro?
Yeah, but does he lift? Does he lift, Sam? We want to know. I'm joking.
Does he what?
Well, it's metaphor for does he puff. It's like this thing where it's hard to explain, but does he even lift? It's like a meme.
It's like a meme, yeah.
I let people out themselves if that's what they want to do.
You would have loved the sift memes, Sam, because the do you even lift turned into do you even sift, and it would show like old miners and like gold sifters in the like panhandle with their long beards and their overalls and holding screens over the water. Do you even sift, bro?
Other than that, they were water sifting.
Yeah, exactly. They were water sifting. I should have used that in the lawsuit.
Can you put that link in the chat for the YouTube folks so they can see the paper we're talking about?
Which one?
The THCV pharmacology paper.
I should say for the record, Roger Pertwee is an absolute gem of a man, and I don't think he does consume, but he is definitely a supporter of people using cannabis. And he's an incredible researcher. He's been doing this longer than almost anybody, and he really is a fantastic person.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I can confirm also.
His papers are very well written and very easy to read. I mean, at least I find him easy, very easy to follow. And he's a good scientific writer. He writes.
Yeah,
very
Roger,
well.
He's top tier. Like Roger's top of the cannabis scientist realm. He's doing amazing work. Roger Pertwee. Pertwee, is that how I say his last name?
Yeah, Pertwee.
Yeah.
There's that meme.
Yeah.
He's at the University of Aberdeen in northern Scotland.
Nice.
Yeah, and like very, very knowledgeable, very good at explaining complex material into ways that are easy to understand. He always does the presentation at conferences where he's like similar to Ethan, where they've got so much material and they're just like, you guys need to know this and you need to know this. Like he's very he wants people to understand his work, even though his work is complicated.
That's awesome.
Isn't Mary Abood from Aberdeen as well, or University of Aberdeen? She did that. I'm sorry.
She's from Temple University.
Okay, who's the other one? Ruth. Sorry, never mind.
Mary Abood is not still active academically, is she?
I think so. I think she is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was Jehan Marcou's PhD advisor.
Mary Abood and then Ross.
Okay.
Ruth Ross, is Ruth Ross one of them? Maybe. I think she was another GPR 55 researcher. I think at Aberdeen.
Research nerds, I love it. They got all the stats. I got her card. He's like, she wrote 37 papers in 2011 alone. It reminds me of the drug sniffing dog cards that Sam and Rob had back in the day, with like pictures of these dogs. They'd have their name underneath, and then on the back there'd be stats of how much cocaine and herb they were responsible for getting busted at airports and roadblocks and shit.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, collector's items, man.
Those are like memes before memes were memes.
Exactly.
I still have my drug sniffing card collection.
That is an unbelievable statement. Like, just to hear you say that, I still have my drug sniffing dog card collection. That is so ridiculous.
So did you guys talk anything about the GPR 119 and the bacteria affecting the cannabinoid receptor?
No.
Oh, let's get into it.
Bacteria affecting.
Why haven't we talked about that
time?
Natasha, did you read that one?
No, I saw you sent it. You informed me of it last night, but I haven't had a chance to read it yet. So can you give us a summary? And after that, I want to tell you guys about another study, but let's get into this first.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually delve too deeply into it, so I was kind of hoping that you had.
I'll prep for next week. Yeah.
Essentially what it is that they're finding now that gut bacteria are producing compounds that are actually stimulating some of the less known
orphan receptors.
Yeah, orphan receptors that are associated with the endocannabinoid system.
Wow, that's amazing. Microbiota.
Yeah, it's the whole microbiome thing. It's this. We have a community of life of bacteria that live with us. In case people haven't heard, there's more cells of bacteria in your body than there are cells of you. Right. So that the interplay of that community and how what they have living in as they go about their daily lives, it has a huge impact on our two systems. There's a lot of crosstalk, right? They intercommunicate with each other. So the point is that we're starting to understand now how these systems interact with each other to create health.
Who was the research group that did the work?
I haven't even looked it up yet. I'm sorry, I can't say.
Okay,
that's definitely incredible though. Yeah, because tons of CB2 receptors in the gut, right? And apparently, kind of from I know that what John McParlin, Karen Feeding paper kind of got into how kind of probiotics in your gut like help to upregulate CB2 receptor expression, and it's crazy how much kind of from gut dysbiosis kind of I would imagine comes so many different types of disease and disorder, and also like with psychosomatic type illness also manifests kind of from your second brain in your gut being out of balance and not, kind of working right to produce the right kind of, neurotransmitters and now I guess also endocannabinoids or lighting off the endocannabinoid system. That's fascinating.
I think it's why it's so important for cannabis to be cultivated in organic practices. The soil biology contributes to what's happening on the plant's surfaces. I know that we all work with concentrates, but I think the source material, having a full biota, if you will, is really an essential part of making medicine.
That's so awesome you said that, because I just listened to this podcast. I'll post it here in a second. It's on this guy Dave Asprey's. He has this show called the Bulletproof Radio, and there's this doctor, Dr. Maya Sheetreat Klein, and she's like a neurologist, herbalist, and author of a book called Dirt Here: Healthy Food, Healthy Gut, Healthy Children. And yeah, in it, kind of, it's all about how kind of, like being out in, not being, the opposite of being, the hypochondriac that puts on, antimicrobial kind of hand sanitizers, 5 times a day, but actually from kids playing out in the dirt and from, being out gardening and consuming organically grown crops that have, these probiotic kind of soil soil food web kind of balanced, organisms, kind of getting small, tiny amounts of that actually does wonders for our own, microbiome, and even also like, in this, she describes how kind of, almost being in the dirt and consuming plants that are organically grown and almost have more of a beneficial assistance to helping balance our soil microbiome with the right types of microbes than even just going to Whole Foods and popping these like, lactobacillus or these different, refrigerated probiotics that we get in stores and pay so much money for. It's actually, you can kind of get the same and better from just that, actually being in a healthy environment and soil and gardening.
Well, it's different bacteria, right? So like there's all these different types of bacteria, and we also have to look at bacteria for, you can take certain types of bacteria for certain purposes, but most people don't understand that there's actual ways that we're communicating with bacteria. So the lab that I worked in during my grad school.
Through us. Sorry.
Exactly, but there's these receptors on our cells called toll-like receptors. And so they actually recognize basically different sugars on the surface of bacteria. So a lot of people will talk about LPS or lipopolysaccharide. That's an immune marker, or that's a bacteria product that can stimulate your immune response in a bad way and give you overactive inflammation. And so a lot of people have little bits of this compound, this bacteria compound, LPS, kind of floating around in your gut and kind of talking to your immune cells and such. And so there's this receptor on our cell called toll-like receptor 4 that specifically recognizes this bacteria product. And so what's interesting is it's not only alive bacteria that our cells can recognize and talk to, they also recognize the bacteria DNA and the products from when the bacteria are dead. So this even brings up concerns with like, say, pasteurization, right? So say you're drinking milk and you're not really sure of the source it's from. I mean, we're lucky in Canada anyway. I mean, America is similar. You have access to clean milk that's been properly processed to avoid bacteria. But something that people don't understand is even if that milk or whatever food product has been pasteurized or treated and there actually is no live bacteria, just having that bacterial DNA and the bacterial byproducts can still cause an immune activation, cause inflammation. And so it's not just live bacteria that can interact with our body, it's also the dead bacteria. And so we can think of bacteria again as like good bacteria and bad bacteria. So even the good bacteria interact through these similar receptors. And what's interesting is they interact through the same receptors, but they can tell our immune system to calm down and chill out and everything's okay. And so that's why there's certain studies where they're feeding people with immune disorders certain types of bacteria that can target these anti-inflammatory processes and actually get their inflammation under control. And so it's absolutely essential when we think of the bacteria we're using to feed our plants, our foods, because those bacteria are getting into us, interacting with us, and either providing beneficial or harmful effects. So it all very holistic, right?
Very holistic. It's so awesome. It's kind of the as above, so below thing, it's like the idea of recreating the perfect soil through kind of teaming with microbes. kind of is.
I like what you're saying there, because if you think of it and even imagine it like that, like the bacteria living on you, you are their planet. And are you a good planet? Are you feeding them good food? Are you encouraging good bacteria to grow? Or are you feeding them bad food? Or bad lifestyle practices? Are you overstressed? Are you overtired? And I know Todd McCormick talked a lot about it when he was doing his plants and learning how to feed and nutrition, plant nutrition and soil issues. And he was realizing that, hey, I'm like giving my plant the best vitamins and the best nutrients. Why don't I do that for myself?
Awesome.
Right?
Oh,
So it's great to think about that also.
Yeah, and also it kind of goes then further to that whole secret life of plants thing, and the fact that we have on plants, and or even to that micropollen coevolution thing, how much the plants are having an effect on us. And so it's like not just how the plants are having an effect on us, but how the plants that are made available through the through the mycorrhizal kind of network connecting the world, and then the microbes that are like almost inhabiting all these different plants that we choose to take or not. Also, then so it's like. It's almost like how much of us is us, how much of us is microbes that we're consuming from the other plants that we choose to eat, or from living a life that's sterile and, kind of just being on and off serious antibiotics all the time, and, being a product of a factory farm human system of eating processed shit and, tons of sugar and killing off all your microbiome, and then just repeatedly kind of just being almost dull and like, kind of droned out, just kind of further consuming, being a product of a system of consumption is almost,
Speaking of poop, have you seen the research and the studies about people who are exposed to cat poop are exposed to a certain type of
toxoplasmosis?
Yeah, and it can actually affect your mood, your behavior. I mean, and cats are necessary for the breeding cycle, so it can make like rats more which are a natural whatever their natural enemies, and it can make the rats want to be friends with the cats. And so there's some really interesting.
The virus gets to rats, it makes the rats more impulsive, and just like walking right up to a cat, the cat will eat it, the cat will get the virus, and then the cats give it to humans from interaction and kind of their feces and etc. And
the original source is cats, though. I looked into it one time because there's also this. What's the pathogen?
The original vector is cats to us, right?
Yes.
But it's mice to cats.
But the cats, there's something specific about the cat and how the pathogen breeds in the cat. Because I went down a rabbit hole looking at it, because it's also an issue with certain types of meat and can be contaminated on other animals. And I know Joe Rogan was tweeting about it, and I was like, it's not just cats. And then I looked into it, and for some reason, the cats actually are essential to the breeding cycle of the pathogen.
Interesting. But that's what's crazy too, is it feeds into that old cat lady thing, or an old cat dude, because it's like if you are in and around cats all the time. And, they actually say 1 in 4 people or something like that in Europe, in the European Union, have toxoplasmosis. And it very markedly kind of, it shifts people's behavior in certain ways to become more reckless and impulsive, and higher propensity to become addicted to gambling and certain things like that. But in the podcast I just sent about, listen to Talking Dirty about spiritual plants and microbial biodiversity, they kind of get into, and it's the first time I'd ever heard it, but this neurologist is getting into viruses and parasites, and how, viruses and parasites also in certain ways, although aren't all bad, but have certain other weird kind of down trail or downstream kind of beneficial effects. So I don't really know what possibly could be beneficial about toxoplasmosis, but they get into basically these different types of diseases and viruses that similarly, I guess, have some type of weird symbiotic relationship where they kind of come and take over the host or impact us, and people have them, but then there is also some other weird, interesting kind of effects from them that are beneficial, I guess.
Also, it's a lot different in people with suppressed immune system. With a strong immune system, you can pretty much ignore it. When you have suppressed immune system, it can be very, very, very dangerous.
Well, and that's actually why because that's a really awesome segue, I think, Sam. Because everybody's freaked out about microbes on cannabis, and it's like, which ones are good, which ones are bad, and should we regulate all of them? And I'm really happy to see kind of, California, kind of becoming more educated in how they're approaching targeting, what microbes to test for, because, you know, when you're just testing for, you know, total aerobic bacteria, total yeast and mold, certain things that are more like indicator microorganisms that, you know, of things like shelf life and quality and stuff like that, you know, I mean, it would be very almost ignorant to kind of over-regulate those, because, you know, we come in contact with those every day from the foods we eat and like the different things we're in, you know, interacting with in our environment, and microbes are ubiquitous in our environment, you know, so it's like what microbes are bad, you know, but then, yeah, I think it's a really important thing to distinguish is, okay, well, for your average person that has a semi-quasi strong or relatively strong, you know, microbiome in their gut, you know, yeah, the presence of kind of, you know, any foreign invader that, you know, even is potentially pathogenic, you know, can oftentimes get crushed out by this army of microbes that are, you know, in your gut, ready to just wage war against anything bad, you know. And so, you know, but such a quite distinct different situation whenever somebody's undergone chemo and radiation and series after series of antibiotics, and they have no stomach microbiota, you know, or essentially. And so it's like, so those, you know, those types of patients should almost choose their cannabis medicine based more off sterility, you know, than they should, you know, anything else, you know, whether, you know, that's taste or flavor or kind of, you know, terpene. I mean, almost in a certain, just in a certain capacity for safety, because, yeah, you know, like, you know, and that's the difference I try to distinguish is just, you know, people that are, you know, stage 4 cancer, you know, unless their herbs essentially sterilized and, you know, or like tested and you're very confident that it's very low CFU of anything, or, you know, or screened and kind of for mycotoxins and all that stuff, they probably shouldn't, they should choose more off like these, you know, sterile extracted oils that are standardized milligram dosed, you know, so that they can, I mean, because those types of patients are, you know, almost going to benefit more from that type of treatment, you know, than, you know, just willy-nilly smoking herb.
But Bedrocan makes gamma ray sterilized material, which lowers the terpenes, has no effect on the cannabinoids, but it does slightly lower the terpene content.
That's right, gamma radiation. That's right. But again, you know, it's like is a patient. I mean, sure, if a patient gets gamma irradiated weed that's slightly terp zapped, you know, and you know they're smoking it, but they have stage 4 clinic, you know, stage 4 cancer or something. I mean, again, they should probably be more trying to ramp up high dose milligram oils, you know, than you know, kind of thinking that they're going to smoke like a, you know, 15% total cannabinoid bud in a joint and burn it and then, you know, lose half of it or more, you know, from the combustion process, you know, so, you know, that's the kind of thing I try to differentiate oftentimes whenever, you know, I'm working with dispensaries to train their bud tenders. It's like, you know, whenever you're assessing and working with a patient to understand where they're at and what they're looking for and how level of, you know, or how deep of a, you know, illness or disease they have, it's like, you know, it's important to help guide people to the right type of thing. And if you know somebody's looking for cannabis and they're trying to kind of take on, you know, major, you know, kind of treatment of a disease, I mean, you know, you should almost kind of educate them about the micro thing, the microbiology thing, because, you know, even if, you know, it's just the yeast and mold and aerobic bacteria that, you know, if somebody has no immune system, they probably shouldn't smoke it. You know, they should choose another way of ingesting it, you know, so where they can maximize the treatment and minimize the potential pathogenic or harmful, you know, things that can be introduced to.
And keep in mind also, as I was saying before, back with the pasteurization, same with if the plants are treated to kill all the microbes, those the DNA and the micro products are still there, even though the bacteria is dead. So right. I also worry if some.
And you see the presence of dead DNA or of dead microbes, but DNA on its own has a negative effect. You're saying, right?
Exactly. And so if we're sometimes I worry about plant producers or growers thinking that they can still have a dirty product and then just irradiate it at the end and then it's magically okay. Like that's not the case. We still need,
especially for things like mycotoxins too, because they're like byproducts of certain pathogenic.
That's right. They are not destroyed by gamma ray sterilization.
Right.
The organisms may be, but not the microtoxins they produce.
So these products almost have to go through some type of, or anything with these level, I guess to truly create a significant medicinal standardized oil, it would have to go through various steps of post-processing to filter out and separate out potential mycotoxins or any other DNA. I mean, I guess you might not be able to remove it all, but you almost need to take that on in a certain capacity if you're trying to create a product for, you know, the ultra sick.
What about when you're putting soil microbes in? Are those just staying in the soil, or are the microbes coming up the plant and getting in the flowers? Like, how is that working?
Well,
Can anyone answer that?
If you know, compost, oftentimes compost teas and, you know, beneficial microbes, you know, are used to, you know, as biofungicides or bioinsecticides to spray on the foliage of the plants, you know. But I mean, if they're being sprayed full, you know, to foliar application, then yeah, they're going to inoculate the leaf surfaces. They're going to be present there. You know, but I mean, if they're not going to necessarily kind of come up if you root drench or, you know, feed the inner part of the plant, or I guess the roots of the plant. They're not going to kind of, systemically, you know, kind of transfer. But if you, you know, but if to not use systemic fungicides, you're using kind of biological, you know, inoculants, and so it's, you know, so most people are using, at least in veg, or, you know, very, 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 very beginning of flower, you know, people will still kind of spray things like actinovate or forage, which are streptomyces, a beneficial fungus, or, you know, BT or BS, or different types of bacteria.
Yeah, the rhizobacteria will stay on the root, and then there's certain types of strains that will encumber the plant itself. But rhizobacteria, they just colonize and grow on the root itself. So yeah, you're absolutely right, and bravo with that's awesome. Everything you've said, man. You're right on point with so many great things. It's nice to listen to you, brother.
Yeah, you've been going off hard today, Alec. I gotta say as well, I've been really enjoying everything that you've shared so far.
It's a beautiful honor to be in this group of amazing mentors.
Yeah, but the hats he wears are too straight.
Oh, Sam.
Yeah, different one.
Yeah, Alec is super straight. Last time he was on Hash Church, he was like snuffing a peanut or something. I love it. I do love it. Yeah, that's great. Good conversation, guys. Everyone in the chat is absolutely enjoying it. There was someone that asked a question to you, Sam, and I don't know if I can find it. It was something about, what did you mean by needing 1,000 plants to preserve genetic diversity?
Okay. Well, if you're trying to save a land race, then you have 1 or 2 plants picked out of it and you reproduce it in a closet under a light. All you're doing is you're reproducing that a couple of plants from the variety, because if you want to keep all of the traits and save all of the genes in that landrace variety, you need at least 1,000 females and 1,000 males. A higher count is better, but at least if you have 2,000 plants, you're preserving 99.9 or some ridiculously high amount percent of the genes are conserved each time you reproduce the variety.
So we're talking about the genetic expression. So when people who are watching this, when you get a pack of seeds, you'll notice that you get a different expression of genetics in those individual seeds, even if they're from the same plant. So that's kind of what we're talking about there.
You know,
the land race, the plants are not identical. It's a soup of genes that are compatible and work together and are reproducible as a collective whole. But when you start breaking off little pieces and reproducing it, it doesn't have everything that the big soup has.
You know something pretty interesting. I just got back from Oregon. I was up in Oregon for the past week, and there's this big issue that, you know, I mean, people have been talking about for a long time that I think is just about to like really pop in all over, you know, in California too. But, you know, all these producers who are growing in greenhouse and outdoor, you know, are essentially getting seeded pretty hard by the Southern Oregon hemp farms. And so you have all these like really chronic kind of, you know, Sensimilla strains that people have been breeding and working with, bring out THC and to create these really high terp profile strains. And they're essentially getting dusted by these feral hemp type cultivars, you know, which I think, you know, which people are super, super chapped about. But I think it's really fascinating because, you know, it's almost like, you know, again, through that like idea of the, you know, I guess like botany of desire or something, you know, it's like the plant itself is kind of almost through this interesting kind of open pollination project, you know, it's going to be like reseeding all these high THC cultivars, you know, with
all
novel
this will
kind of
change
because so much in the hemp is, I think so many of the minor cannabinoids and, you know, even interesting, really unique terpenes, so much are also locked up in the hemp stock or the feral kind of cannabis stock, and then also in rare landrace kind of, you know, cultivars and stuff.
On another note, how fucking awesome is your compost hat? Straight out of compost.
Yeah, I was like, Sam, is this a little harder for you, bro?
Dude.
That hat is awesome.
That is a play on the Compton hat, for those of you that don't know. And that is really, really well played. Holy shit.
My friends, Biologic Systems, who are kind of proteges of Elaine Ingham, kind of make this hat. I'll totally dial you guys out with some if you like.
I need one.
I got you.
Definitely going to wear the compost hat.
I would support that.
Yeah, you're like the Michael Jackson of lid wardrobe changes.
I just did that because Sam was making fun of me.
Yeah, he had the super trippy hat on. He's like, yeah, your hats are too straight. And then someone in the chat is like, they're flat pills. They're supposed to be straight. I'm like, no, dude. He means like Joe Straighty, like not trippy.
If any of you are at the Emerald Cup, I'll gather a bunch of these, and yeah, I'll give you the cup.
Awesome, thanks, Alec.
I'll need one.
Throw compost on our head.
Yeah, dude, that's the shit.
Dude, probiotic hair washes.
Oh yeah, no, that's really great. I got some great hats, but I don't have one that great. That's a great hat, dude. I gotta say, put a smile on my face. So did today's conversation. Thank you, everyone, for rocking a crazy Hash Church. We've almost been going for 3 hours. I'm glad to continue going if we have things to talk about.
I want to bring up another study. I don't know if you guys talked about it earlier. It was a new human trial, double-blind, placebo-controlled trial with oral cannabidiol, CBD, looking at its effect on anxiety. And so they used healthy people. I didn't read the whole trial. I just saw people tweeting about it and saying like, oh, CBD is so overrated. It's the biggest placebo ever. And like kind of, you know, trolling CBD medicine for anxiety anyway. But some issues with the study is they looked at healthy people. And so they found no effect. And the doses they were giving were 300 milligrams, 600 milligrams, or 900 milligrams compared to no CBD. And so the trial design was good, but I think
spray or oral.
I think it was oral. I have to read the whole trial. I'll post it. It just came out, it came to my attention just yesterday, so I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing yet. But I'm just curious what people think. I'm wondering if they repeated the trial with people who actually had anxiety, if they would show the benefits, or
wait. So they did a
what's
study
your
for
perspective?
anxiety on people who don't have anxiety. Like, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, so they did these different tests. I'm not totally familiar with the tests, so just from the abstract, what I got is they're tests where it's like to evoke like stress and anxiety in a normal person, and then they kind of test your responses. And so they're looking to see, and keep in mind, this is a clinical test, so they're trying to make comparisons so they can say yes it works or yes it not.
Right.
So this is still a
showing
contrived type of experiment.
So do they basically put a bunch of weed in the trunk of your car, dump terps on you, and send you through roadblocks? Is that how it's?
No, but
That's awesome. It's the ultimate test.
This is why I think it's kind of bullshit, is because they did another study with 300 milligrams oral, and they looked at people and they put them actually in a test of social anxiety where they had to public speak just in front of the group. So I think that was a better test of an anxiety situation, because most people are terrified of public speaking. Where this one, they kind of exposed them to some imagery, and it looked like they kind of measured like eye movements and things. But I'm just wondering if they repeated it with people with actual anxiety or different tests, if they would see an effect. And maybe they're just showing, hey, CBD doesn't alter your baseline responses in a normal healthy person, so wouldn't that be a good thing? But yeah, so a lot of people were just saying, oh, CBD for anxiety, that's bullshit, and I don't believe that to be true.
It depends
So
what your anxiety is caused by. If
Right.
it's caused by too fast THC, then CBD is effective. For other things, I don't know. You know, I'm curious.
Well, I mean, I have two things come to mind. One is that this drive for CBD only, I don't even understand. I mean, for science, yeah, let's keep looking at it. But animal studies, human trials, everything has shown that CBD by itself is not as effective as CBD in balance with other cannabinoids. But, you know, you have this drive to try this high CBD on people who you're trying to induce anxiety from. And I would think that someone who has endocannabinoid regulatory issue chronically, where it causes long-term consequences that may be inducing panic attacks or mood shifts, is going to interact differently than somebody with a healthy functioning endocannabinoid system, where you just try to induce stress for someone who has a healthy functioning system. I don't understand why that would seem like it would correlate when we know enough about the endocannabinoid system, endocannabinoid deficiency disorders, and how some of these cannabinoids interact with it, and assume that those are interchangeable, because it doesn't seem like they would be to me. So I'm not surprised at the results.
Interesting.
That's my thought.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you that CBD alone, like, let's evolve past that, because we all know it works better with even small amounts of THC, with even little bits of other terpenes, or I'm assuming other compounds. It works best with other compounds, and I know that especially from the work that I've looked into with Crohn's and colitis. I mean, they just came out with a study with 10 milligrams of CBD only orally for patients with Crohn's disease, and showed that it wasn't helpful, which isn't surprising, because a lot of the patients are using THC and CBD in a one-to-one. And I totally agree with you, Forrest. And I mean, I've seen Bonnie Goldstein do many talks on her patient population, and same thing. That's the thing that people don't want to know, is kids also need THC with some of these issues.
They absolutely do. I mean, every study has shown that. And let's just stick with peer-reviewed or double-blind studies. The Epidiolex study, right, that GW Pharmaceuticals did on Lennox-Gastaut and Dravet syndrome kids. We had the doctors coming back and saying, oh, CBD is not as effective as you parents said it was. But none of us were using purified CBD, and they looked at a clinical dose in those studies at around 10 milligrams per kilogram, right? Huge doses of CBD before they saw any efficacy. And I was speaking to the head of pediatric neurology at UCSF, and he's like, well, see, that's what you need to do, and CBD is not as effective as we thought. And I had to tell him, it's like, I'm sorry, doc, but you guys are years behind. You know,
that's awesome.
That purified, you're having those results because you're using CBD isolate, essentially, and it just doesn't work that way. You know, you need to have THC and the other cannabinoids in there that interact with the receptors differently than CBD does. And that's why we're using 10 and 20 milligram doses for some people, and seeing more efficacy than you're having at 500 and 700 milligram doses.
Well, that's what I really, really love kind of about this plant, is it almost seems like it's unpharmaceuticalizable at a certain level, you know, because there's so many people that think that the move is to, you know, kind of like, and it's weird because like there's a high demand right now. I don't know why people are paying for it, but a lot of people are creating these kind of white powders or crystallates, you know, so they're like refining, fractionally distilling THCA, and they have this THCA crystal, and it looks like a drug. It's like straight white powder, and then people have the white distillate.
You can't distill THCA. You can't distill THCA.
Well, not distill, excuse me. I mean, well, whatever it is, they're doing like, you know, ethanol and kind of like, you know, kind of doing some type of distillation, or not, maybe not distillation. Distillation's with heat. I get it. But
a recrystallization from an extraction.
Yeah.
Or doing it by the rosin method, or
Well, I just
a number of different ways, right?
I just mean like, and yeah, excuse me, it's like I'm wrong in how it's being extracted, but they're making the like 98, 99% THCA crystal, or what have you, or they're making kind of, you know, the CBD that's, you know, fully
decarbed. Yeah, that's cool.
CBD,
the chemist in me is excited. I mean, you're taking the active ingredient from the plant and you're purifying it. I mean, that's heroic and champion for a whole different level of
it is. No, and I'm not trying to necessarily knock on it, but I think it's very unique and interesting and novel to be able to take that and then, you know, kind of combine it in unique amounts and ratios to really, you know, in some capacity, you know, nail some type of you know, because that's what doctors are missing and research universities are missing, are the standardized, you know. But if you think you're going to get it and have an efficacy just by using one single molecule isolated compound, you know, it's exciting to me that, it's not working in so many of these ways, and it's having such low efficacy in comparison to even just having a 10th amount or 20th the amount of a minor compound in there. Like
let's face it, THCA is the Pavarotti in front of this orchestra of other compounds, and the orchestra of other compounds are flavonoids, terpenes, other cannabinoids, but the star of the show is THCA. Sorry, that's just the way it is with this plant, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, some plants don't make THCA because they have another synthase that helps them make CBDA. And again, we talked about those earlier, hemp varieties, low THC varieties. But yeah, I mean, THCA is the star of the show. So everything else sort of surrounds it in kind of like a symphony. And we were talking before, I love using the symphony analogy because it's so important, because you might hear, the trumpet, and you might hear one or two elements of the brass, but then there's the whole undertone of the brass, which brings the whole level of the orchestra up to a whole different level that wouldn't be there if you were just listening to a trumpet and a trombone player, like a small group jazz, which I totally love too.
And that's why like ensemble or symphony is almost better than entourage,
Absolutely. The ensemble effect, because they all work together in creating this overall fragrance or essence that, attracts humans to the plant. But make no bones about it, it's not just, how you grow it, and whether it's indoors, whether it's sun grown, outdoors. Roots in the ground outdoors is different than roots in a pot outdoors. Everything makes a difference because, as you very nicely point out, we live in a microbial world, like it or not. There's just microbes everywhere, on our plants, on us, everywhere. Hey, I wanted to also just throw a wrench in the works. That whole number of how many bugs are on us, I've heard that sort of 10 to 1. There's 10 to 1 microbial cells for every human cell. That thing is more like about 1 to 1, folks. It really, really is. So there's more recent studies that show it's about 1.1 to 1.9 to 1. So it's really close to 1 to 1 in terms of microbial mass and your human body mass. So it's not 10 to 1 as was previously thought.
Yeah. But hey, what if you smoke weed every day?
Regards to cells, they were saying this.
Well, I was just going to say, this is the exception for those of us who are full of shit. Those people have a lot of
when we lived in caves, I'm sure it was more like 10 to 1.
They were talking about cells to bacteria within the human body. It's like a ratio of 10 to 1.
It's definitely been overestimated, that 10 to 1. Because when I started my grad school program and I was in a bacteria expert lab, like leading the way with toll-like receptor research, we were all saying 10 to 1, 10 to 1. And by the end, we were toning down because, it was overestimated. It's still a significant amount, but 10 to 1 is not the appropriate number.
Yeah, I think the take-home point is that there's a significant amount. I mean, whether we're saying 10 to 1 or 1 to 1, it really doesn't change the point that there's a huge interaction between the microbiome and the body. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, and what's interesting that is that
my best friends are bacteria.
2016, and we're just beginning to actually fully realize and understand the human microbiome. I mean, that's when we started it. In 2016 is when they started, I believe. 2015, 16, when they began the human microbiome initiative. And that's just when they started it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's so new that this data is trailblazing right now.
Yeah, like how lucky are we that we can actually sit here and debate whether it's the ensemble effect or the entourage effect, or like if it's 10 to 1 or 1 to 1. I mean, we've come a long way and we've got a lot of knowledge. And I think that, sharing that knowledge is the important thing. Getting stuck up on the semantics of is ensemble versus entourage really like much better? I mean, to me, those points are kind of moot. But
have you guys looked into the report Dr. Russo put out this week?
With Jehan?
It's always exciting. It's an addition, it's another chapter in the entourage or ensemble effect. I think it was called Cannabis Pharmacology, the Usual Suspects, Few Promising Leads.
Yeah, that's a paper that he's published. Yeah, it's a paper he published with Jehan Marku. That
was just published? What's it called?
It's a book chapter. It's not a paper.
Yeah, it's the chapter, but it's cannabis pharmacology. It's on PubMed. Usual suspects and a few promising leads. Read the abstract. I haven't bought the rest of it yet, but has anyone checked it out yet?
Yeah, I haven't. I read the abstract. I didn't even try to look for it on Sci-Hub.
I got it a couple months ago and read it. I liked it.
Yeah, usually those type of publications aren't shared around. When they're chapters from a book, they're not as easily accessible unless you're Sam.
Yeah, it's $30. I mean, it's not too bad.
Luckily, I'm Sam.
It's not the $30 for me. It's that that's one of 1,000 articles that I'm always looking for, right? So I don't look at it the same as just $30. It's like is this another one that I want to buy?
Yeah. Another one that came out just to put on everyone's radar, if you're working with patients, is a new study on interactions between cannabidiol and commonly used anti-epileptic drugs. So those of you who are working with people coming in for seizures and spasms, I think it's really critical that we've known for a long time how cannabidiol working on cytochrome, P450, affects the metabolism of certain benzodiazepines like clobazam and Omfi. But now they have a list of 6 other drugs that they've shown that it interacts the drug levels in the body. So something to look for if you're working with patients for sure. That just came out earlier this week.
Forrest, do you see, this is a random quick question, do you see the benefit of ketogenic diet a lot with epileptic kids or patients that you work with?
Yeah, certain kinds. I mean, it's all about changing brain chemistry, right? So kind of with those families or adults or kids or anyone dealing with those sort of things. And I think that's too much focus. Well, is that a sentence? They too heavily focus on those sort of things with just epilepsy. I think any neurological sort of condition, albeit depression or other things, we see it affected with diet because you're changing the chemistry in the body. But yeah, we go through all diet and supplements. And phytocannabinoid supplements are really where we aim for with those kids. And you get lucky with some and not with others. They're all individuals. So. There's also, for those who are curious, there's the ketogenic diet is a high protein, high fats diet. Then there's the GAPS diet and modified Atkins. All 3 of those kind of create different effects, and they can all be really beneficial.
We're all similar in low carb, right? Low processed grain, low kind of bean and legume, all that stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and maybe this is also a topic, I guess, for another conversation. I don't know if it seems like it's probably kind of wrapping up, but I would really love at some point to have a deep Hash Church dive into kind of the almost inviting maybe Mark Lewis, Mike Bacchus, and then maybe some of the genetic dudes like the Phylos guys or Medicinal Genetics guys. I mean, it'd be kind of a Royal Rumble, of a Hash Church, but I think, there, just with that recent kind of article that came out, the great pot monopoly, kind of all around the, the utility patent reality of some of the type 2 stuff happening, and then, on the other end, then you have the people in the genetic testing realm of the world that are, seeking to kind of sequence and claim to open source a lot of stuff, but I just have a lot of questions about the potential of data aggregating genetic data in the future, of all this information that's being given out, just from all these breeding conditions across the world to all the to these companies that are kind of eventually have a lot of power to aggregate and look at and notice unique, interesting things about the genetics of the plant, just whether or not it's all malevolent or benevolent. I just think it's a really fascinating topic that most people don't really understand. And so since we don't understand it, we almost take it offensively.
I think it's not either malevolent or benevolent. It's just the way it is. It's business. And this is now that cannabis is in the world.
Which is major, philosophical, kind of ethical conversation,
Yeah, I agree with you. But I had this conversation with Mowgli this week. I spent an hour on the phone with him talking about it. And
I'd love to wrap with you offline.
I think part of this is that, these grievances that people have towards the way this shit is playing out are not grievances they have actually towards a given company or set of individuals that are carrying out the way normal business does normal business. Really, if you have gripes with utility patents, then you need to talk to the utility patent office or the people in America or the courts and change the way that the USPTO works.
Which isn't going to happen.
Well, but that's the thing though, and it's like to take that hatred that you have or that lack of respect that you have for a system and then put it on the shoulders of one group that is operating within the legal mechanism of the system, I think is misplaced.
No, I agree with that, and it's interesting because I have I'm like this, I have this like Switzerland type thing I'm trying to represent, in not, because I don't understand really too much of either side. I understand, pretty vastly the implications of the utility patents, and I feel, I have a lot of qualms with it on its own, just, philosophically, blah, blah, blah. But then on top of that, then like there's the claimed, purpose and service of the genetic testing services that are sequencing the cannabis genome and
are also going to be used.
Qualms and concerns with that too.
Hey, listen, they're doing bioinformatics screening. It says it pretty much right in there.
Yeah.
Your contract that you sign when you submit a sample.
Yeah.
And it's no, like, let's be honest, it's no different from SC Labs. I mean, SC Labs gets to sample the market from a chemical basis, and you get to see things before anybody else even knows they're going on.
Well, but if we're a specific third-party testing laboratory that doesn't have holdings in genetic development or like, R&D or, kind of creating genetics or kind of making products, and also it's like a very limited fingerprint of what we're getting, the chemo.
No, I hear you. I'm just saying,
as opposed to like what could be pulled out bioinformatically from, long SNP sequencing or from, whatever.
Let me tell you the honest truth. It has a huge value. You could say, here's a plant that has lots of THC, no CBD, has lots of CBD, and it has pinene and phytol. I mean, there's a lot of value that, and not to you at this moment, but there will be people to who that will be a gold mine because they're looking for particular things.
Yeah, and let me say something else, Alec, on that point. I mean, listen, this is the same thing that happens with big businesses like Monsanto, but I'm not saying that you're Monsanto, but what I am saying is that you guys are collecting data, and I mean, we can take this one end of the spectrum that you grow old, and when you're 70, you pass the business down to your children, or potentially you get bought out, right? And so all that data gets bought out too, right? And these are just things that happen in the world of real business, right? It's like there's consequences when we start providing a service and collecting data. I mean, Google makes all their money on analytics, right? Like that's the whole point. It's just like you get to access a whole bunch of people's search data and you understand what they like and what they want. And then from that, you can make decisions based on on what you can market to them, right? So it's really no different in all of these perspectives, right?
Well. I kind of see what you're talking about to a certain point, but whenever with 98% predictability, anything that we test having one of 3 or 4 primary terpenes, an additional like 2 or 3, 4, secondary sesquiterpenes, or whatever. It's most everything that comes through. I mean, yeah, there are these 1% outliers that have really rare, unique kind of certain primary terpenes that never really show up in any significant statistical amount. But, most everything kind of falls into this range of, what's there. But, we're talking about, typically one primary cannabinoid, THCA, and then like, 2 to 3.
That's why collections of data are important, because you want to sift through it to find those little tiny flakes of gold.
Well, I mean, like our whole kind of vision for that is how exciting of a tool that is then to help people that are breeding and focusing on genetics to identify what on the rainbow of uniqueness do they have and what can they fill in, and then from there, what unique combinations can they breed out through combining this one from this side of the rainbow to this one to this side of the rainbow? So that through breeding, people can, start to fill in the holes where, maybe a lot of the eradication of cannabis happened over the last, 100 years that might have gotten rid of a lot of the unique, interesting stuff. But it's all for the purpose of further being able to pull out and breed out and kind of bring about the diversity that this plant has. And then just real quick, then, because I'm like, in my opinion, that's a small amount of information, but it's a lot of ability to help kind of, the public value of data help drive a lot of where kind of future breeding or identification goes for unique phenotypes. But my question is how's, because I would think, and maybe I'm just ignorant, but I would think that amount of data is, like, on a certain level valuable. Yeah, I feel you. But we're not taking and sequencing the entire genetic kind of expression of the plant, so that, one day potentially we can notice unique, really trippy synthase genes or certain environmental characteristics that might help explain through reverse engineering certain appellation tendencies or qualities.
Okay, well, let me comment on that. This is the weakness of all of those genetic tests. Okay, so when Mowgli was on here, he said, we're doing this open cannabis project, and what we need is all the labs to donate their chemical data, right? Which made me laugh because essentially they're charging for their service. They're not giving it away for free. And why should SC Labs, right, or anybody else that's in that game too? The second thing is that the genetic data on its own is completely useless without understanding what
bioinformatics.
Yeah, well, you can do the bioinformatics, but it's like once you can't, if you have the genetic data and you can't correlate it to a set of traits so that you can start following those genetic markers and traits over generations, you can't tie them together, right? So there's an inherent flaw in only accepting dispensary samples and trying to do genetic work. You have to have a breeding program that goes along beside it so that you can understand how those traits are inherited, whether they're scored phenotypically or scored chemotypically through a lab.
So say they get all that.
Who are?
Well, no, I'm saying so yeah, so it seems like the chemotypic data would be of incredible importance.
Absolutely, it's
fully tied together some of the genetic realities.
It's half the story. You can't have you don't have the full story unless you have both pieces.
Well, okay, but what I mean, but if like over time, any genetic company were to collect thousands and thousands of chemotype data, kind of imprints to then overlap with the same genetic kind of stuff. I mean, what can they come out with? I mean, and this is more from a space of ignorance than it is anything else. Because I'm like, fuck, dude, I think like my ultimate like dystopian view, would be, in the future, you have like some people that figured out how to fucking, like biohack the plant, and then like all of a sudden, across the United States, you have all the pharmaceutical companies with fucking acres carved out of like insulin growing cannabis through the trichomes, or fucking opiates growing out of the trichomes of cannabis plants, or whatever. And I mean, that's kind of a stupid kind of Terminator type trip reality of where it could go, but I'm just
not at all. I mean, listen, that's not a bad thing. You remember the Ebola thing that went off crazy in Africa like about 18 months ago or whatever?
Gluten-free Ebola. I'm just fine. Yeah.
No, they grew the Ebola vaccine in tobacco. Okay, it's way faster to transfect tobacco than it is to create a strain and start ramping it up in a bioreactor. It's actually, tobacco is one of the easiest plants to transform, and you can put proteins into it and grow them really quick and clone them up and then extract them.
So the future is in kind of the hacking.
Yeah, maybe there is.
To like produce all kinds of pharmaceutical drugs through the trichomes.
Absolutely. There's a guy, I can't remember.
Only if they do DMT would I be into it.
There's a guy on. There's a TED Talk. If you go to Google and you search TED Talks, Homo evolutus. So think Homo sapiens, but Homo evolutus. So EVOLUTIS.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And essentially, his argument is that we're no longer Homo sapiens. We're now a different species that are, instead of altering the environment like we have done over the past 10,000 years, we now alter the genomes of the other organisms around us and ourselves. Is inevitably where it's coming to. But yeah, CRISPR cannabis is coming soon. There's already There's already people working on it. And you know what? Cannabis is actually pretty special because there's not many plants that produce 30% of one compound in a given, like you said, an expression system like the trichome. So if we find out how to hijack it, then you know what? We can actually use cannabis to produce all these different things.
Well, but who's hijacking it, and then who is? I mean, and so I guess what does that do? The fucking Monsanto then?
Well, I think again, it's like that stupid article. It's like they paint this image that it's Monsanto.
Well, no, I'm wondering who's Monsanto. The guys that the article is talking about, or the guys that put like the article in the ear of the journalist. And that's what's funny.
Dude, they're everybody. I mean,
everybody's Monsanto. Don't say that. I'm not.
Yeah, they are, because I mean, in the article too, they talk about Ziggy, right? Ziggy and Jodrey up in Humboldt, and how they said they'd patent their stuff too, right? So it's like everybody would do it if they could.
But I think a lot of people are, kind of don't fully understand this, people just don't want their shit to get jacked, and I think a lot of people have.
Okay, but wait a second.
Patent of the type 2 non-myrcene dominant strains somehow is going to infringe on their development of their genetics, which it's not.
Okay, but what
happens? But real quick, what happens when all these THC cultivars or THCA cultivars that are grown in Oregon are getting randomly accidentally seeded by this hemp stock, these hemp crops that are in Southern Oregon, and then if they happen to pop some seeds, all of a sudden, what if they got a terpenoline or a limonene dominant type 2 accidentally from that? Is that now infringing?
If you take it and you market it intentionally because it's a limonene dominant type 2, hell yeah, it's infringing.
That's tricky.
It's not going to accidentally pop up and just be dominant in the field. You might have one plant that way, but it's not going to happen.
No, these things are the result of intentional breeding, and I kind of, call me biased, but I kind of laugh at it a little bit, because it's like these things really are innovations. People don't.
They aren't. They're huge innovations.
They don't. Well, they don't exist on the market. So it's like, how can you sit there as a part of the community and say, well, it's unfair that those guys did all that breeding work and developed something that I didn't do? You know what I mean?
Well, and it's disingenuous, and it's also disingenuous to then try to sell a service, trying to scare people that this patent is going to crush their ability to grow what they've grown all their life.
Yeah, and I mean, I talked about this with Mowgli, and I talked about it with Kevin before, and it's like I said to Mowgli this week. I find it a little bit disingenuous that these guys are. Listen, Mowgli and Kevin are super hyper intelligent people, and they're good guys too. I consider them.
I really like both of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I mean, again, they're coming into a game that some of us have been playing a lot longer than they have, and then essentially they're saying that
smoke weed, so they're hella paranoid.
Yeah, well, it's. I mean, dude, we're rebels. The people, the whole class of us are people that live on the edge of society. So we're untrusting of the government as it is, right? And we're untrusting of big corporations. And anyhow, I mean, I don't know. It's like I do also agree with you. I feel it's a little bit disingenuous to be saying that they're essentially the protectors of. They're going to save the cannabis community from the big evil corporations.
Well, especially when they have sponsored and promoted kind of Instagram and Facebook posts with the Great Pop Monopoly as the posting, as a fucking almost an article to sell the service, and it's not drawing a distinction one way or another, good, bad, whatever. I'm just again trying to just figure it out, because I think intention matters a lot, and I just think a lot of people don't really understand the whole reality of what's happening, or and I think there's a lot of using fears of patents to just. I don't know.
Yeah, we had Mowgli on here. I think it's pretty obvious to anybody.
We get Mowgli and Mark, dude.
Mark's not coming. But Mowgli had I think it was pretty clear from the way he came on that Mowgli's an idealist, and he's a beautiful human being, and I don't think that there is evil intent in their work. I think he truly wants to understand the molecular genetics of cannabis in order to be able to exploit them or help other breeders exploit them. I mean, that's clearly their business plan. That's McKernan's business plan as well too. It's anybody's business plan that's working.
Exploit them or let others exploit them.
Or help others exploit them, right?
Very exploitive terms.
Well, they're not. When I mean exploit, I mean
express.
Take advantage of knowledge. No, to take advantage of.
Kevin's coming up with hands-on laboratory diagnostics that look to be quite useful in the industry. I don't see that happening over at Mowgli's.
I don't know. I don't want to get into that conversation. I for one totally disagree with you. They're both in business. They're both in business.
To smoke a joint and look at the galaxy.
Yeah, but listen, they're both in business. They both are corporations. They're both going to find any way to take the knowledge that they gain through their sequencing foray and find a way to turn profit about that. I mean, that's what they do, right? It's the same thing that SC Labs does in offering a service for the lab service that you guys offer, and it's the same thing that I do in offering seeds to the market in Europe. So I have a problem when people start pointing at the other guy's stack and saying it's unfair that you did this to make that money. Those are, And listen, the reality is, Alec, that you're talking about this dystopia. It is the future, and I don't think it's dystopia. I think that it's just these are the tools that exist in the marketplace, and of course those tools are going to be used to investigate cannabis, and of course people are going to take that information that they glean from their experimentation, and they're going to try and find a way to profit from it. And it's going to happen on the philo side, it's going to happen on the medicinal genomics side, and it's going to happen on those guys that were doing the patent side. So, but if you look at those people, I mean, it's like people like Michael Backus, and he's not involved anymore, but he was, and you know, the guy's an industry leader. So he's been doing it for a long time. I mean, he's
100%, and he's one of the he's one of my
he's straight up OG, right? So I have a little bit of a hard time.
He was my first connection I was selling packs to. Whenever I first came into the cannabis community,
they developed one of the first truly medical dispensaries in LA. So, I mean, come on. So I have a hard time when these other guys that join the game later say, we're going to save the industry from these long-term. It's not Monsanto. These are like old school people that are probably the most advanced in the field. And they did some super kick-ass work. And then the community is going to get pissed off because they've created a bunch of things that nobody else has ever created before. I mean, I can't empathize with it. You know what I mean? And maybe I'm biased, and maybe I'm too into the genetics to see it. But you know what? We're in a different world, folks. It's no longer a bunch of hippies up on the hill sharing medicine. We're in a business where cannabis is legalized. And in Canada, it's not just, you know, legalized like this in California. I mean, we got big banks and investment banks throwing tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars into these companies to do research and develop proprietary methods. And of course, this is the type of thing that is going to come out of those forays. So being scared of people collecting data on the genetics, dude, you don't want your DNA getting out the door, then don't sell the herb, right? Because if you put the herb out the door, I can collect it and take your DNA, or at least look at your DNA if I have the skills to do that, right? Just like I can. If you give me a bud, I can take it to a lab and have the chemotype analyzed, and I can figure out what's
also
in it.
Explain that if you let it out the door, then you no longer have the right to patent it if that's what you wanted to do.
Well, that is true, but I think that the way that the patents and the thing that the people don't like about the patents is you don't even have to let it at the door for these people to state claims to these chemotypic classes, right?
Right. And that's a trip. That's a trip because it's about showing that there hasn't been anything in existence up to that point, right?
Right, but let's flip the script again for a second. It's kind of like me saying, I want to develop a handheld device that sends email. I can watch YouTube, make phone calls, and text messages, and store music, and all these kind of things. And it's going to have a touch screen and blah, blah, blah. And then I turn around and I say, oh, it's unfair that Google or Apple patented it, right? Well, it's like, I'm late to the game. I came up with the idea too late, right? You don't see people freaking out about, oh, it suppresses innovation. No, it doesn't suppress innovation. It suppresses innovation in the same field that they're innovating in, right? That's the whole point. They've developed these products, right? So if you have a problem that they've gone ahead and developed these products, I don't know what to say. Like, I don't buy the argument that I can't compete. Right? There's lots of room to innovate in cannabis. And if you're going to be like a follower and you're going to go around and try to do the same things that other people have been done and then complain that they've patented or they've secured IP property on those things, I don't know. I don't buy it.
Nice.
So, but yeah, it is the world's coming, man. I mean, if you let your flowers out the door and these bioinformatics companies and the cost of sequencing is coming down every day, so it's getting cheaper for them to do the work. Yeah, they're going to start screening and looking at traits in your plant and, you know, trying to figure out how they can benefit them. And you know what? To me, that's not a bad thing. That's a great thing because we're going to have more tools upon which to improve the species that I love, you know, just like the labs are the same thing. I mean, when I first started getting access to a lab, I was able to make significant progress. You know, it's an incredible tool, and it's having access to that tool is not something terrible. It's a dream.
Not only do I agree with you, but if you think of the archetypes or super terpene classes, whatever you want to call them,
right?
Once these all exist, then they can be given to different patients for different illnesses, and we can find out what helps what.
That much quicker, right?
It's the future. This is the future, and it's like the future is already here in corn, and it's already here in wheat. And Mark Scialdone talked about this the first time I came on church. I think it was episode 66 or something. But he said the same thing. You know, like one day biotechnology is going to be this tool that we can do all these things that we do in corn and wheat and soy and all these other crops. And you know what? That world, thankfully, thank Jah, that we live in a world where legalization exists, and we as farmers and breeders can actually access all that information. You know, to me, I think that that's incredible. I don't think it's something to be scared of. One thing that I really got to hit home is this public domain commentary. That article again painted this image that public domain is, you know, nobody's gonna be able to grow weed and we're all going to be locked up by big business. That is absolute bullshit. There is
all right, good. See, that was part of my question.
There's nothing true there. There's nothing true there at all. If it's documented in the public domain, and SC Labs has been instrumental in documenting things in the public domain by releasing that data out that you guys were releasing at one point in time, and probably, hopefully, will again. That whole process of releasing the chemical data onto the market and showing what exists, like nobody can come and take Blue Dream, nobody can come and take OG, nobody can come and take anything other than the name of Gorilla Glue 4. Nobody can take Trainwreck, nobody can take Jack Harrer, right? Northern Lights, Afghani One, Skunk, on and on and on and on. These varieties, because they were taken by people like Sam and other seed breeders that released these things into the world. That is the basis of the the public domain. And it's, you know what? It's an incredibly strange situation that we find ourselves in. Like, there's no other plant in history that has been sequestered and prevented from being like worked on like any other crop, right? Except for cannabis, and everything was done underground. And now it needs to find its way into the public domain. But what these labs are doing in demonstrating that these chemotypes exist is they're proving the public domain. You're essentially scribes that are documenting what exists in the public domain. And anything that exists in the public domain can't be taken by another group and patented. You just can't do it. That's the way the patent laws work.
So that's a bit disingenuous.
Until you do something new with it, like hydrogenate it.
Yeah, or make type 2 non-myrcene dominant greater than 1% terpene plants. I mean, right?
Yeah,
well, you can't do that, can you?
You're reshuffling the existing deck chairs, and all these are common molecules that are already known.
Doesn't matter if they're
I think if my example points any direction, it's that the plant has done heavy lifting to make these molecules. What can we do now to make them better, to make them different, to make them, how can we take nature as an inspiration to make other new molecules?
Yeah. Well, listen, you and I are completely in agreement, but also completely at loggerheads. One, because you look at it from a chemistry point of view, and I look at it from a biology genetics point of view. Totally. So it puts us at different vantage points. But I think that we're all really saying the same thing.
Yeah. When you can get a plant that can produce 20% by weight of a target, gee whizzikers. And you can aim it towards whatever you want. I mean, THC, that's obvious. CBD, you can get more than 20%. CBC, CBG, THCV, CBDV, all of these things, you can get 10, 20% of.
Well,
I don't think
10 years ago, I had the same discussion in regards to high oleic soybean oil. And when they saw levels of oleic acid exceeding 80%, I'm like, oh my God, 80% oleic acid in soybean oil. What can we do with that? Oh my God. It starts to look like, with modern biotechnology, we can do just about anything, or teach plants to do just about anything.
Yeah.
Really. Huh. But, where plants leave off, where biochemistry leaves off, that's where chemistry starts. And as we know, a big piece of the industry as it exists today is concentrates. And just to go back to analogies, remember that vineyards, while they rely on good genetics and good grapes, they don't sell grapes, they sell wine. So how you make, fruit of the vine, work of human hand, to get biblical, it's the work of the human hand where the value is, and creating sort of high quality cannabis products and craft products like, you know, single malt scotch, I think is, you know, with a lot of, you know, the market today going towards just sort of like a more generic thing, there'll hopefully still be some value for creating really high value, you know, whole plant extracts that have a lot of good terpenes and everything that the plant, all the heady goodness from the plant.
And as far as I know, flavonoids, when they're smoked, have no effect. That the heat destroys them. I know with oral, flavonoids could be important.
Interesting.
Have you ever heard of anybody trying to take flavonoids with THC to understand how they would modify it orally or smoke?
They thermally degrade, right? They don't. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah.
Well, and I think, and what's funny too is about most ingested or infused products, you know, where most people decarboxylate their oils prior to kind of infusing it into an edible. You know, it's like that, you know, and you know, I think we've been talked about this on here before, but it's, you know, it's funny how many products are labeled indica edible or sativa edible, you know, when in actuality there's no terpenes or flavonoids remaining at all.
Bingo. The whole Canadian market's the same way.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious because nobody's like adding significant terpenes to orally ingested kind of products that have been.
Well, the thing that's hilarious is that the market can't even. The market still thinks that that there's a difference, right? Oh, I buy this sativa oil for the morning and I use the indica oil for
how much is placebo? Well, and you know that word, that little paper, that really great paper that Adrian DeVetley and Martin Lee put out through kind of O'Shaughnessy's Project CBD about like mind over matter over mind, and it's about how the belief in that treatment's going to work, placebo, or the non-belief that a treatment's not going to work, nocebo, you know, in substantial ways across many different systems are also mediated or enhanced kind of by the endocannabinoid system releasing off and firing off in certain ways.
Yeah,
but I think most with edible dose has to do with, I mean, in, you know, how much is somebody taking on a full stomach, empty stomach, overactive, underactive immune system, you know, sedentary or active lifestyle, where there's so many different variables in how the same dose is going to hit different people.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, and so to something you're saying just a little bit ago, Chimera, you know, we had this site on our, or this tab on our website where it said SCL tested, and so anytime somebody made, you know, because anything tested with us is the, you know, the ownership of the people that are doing the testing, and so if they make a sample public, then back in the day, you know, it could be viewed if you just click on SC Labs tested, and I mean, and you know, it can still be viewed regardless when people use QR codes or kind of, you know, print labels or, you know, do this or that, you know, because it'll take people to the page. But we have since essentially taken away the SCL tested side of it because we found out there was like 3 or 4 different groups that were basically like, what do they call it? They were
being script kiddies. Yeah, they were mining your data.
Yeah, they were mining and scraping anything that would go would be public, and so you know, they were kind of like, yeah, in a way, like, you know, just like pirating all our data, you know, and it's like, and you know, to a certain extent, I don't know how valuable that data is, period, because, you know, it's just showing kind of, you know, what's out and around, but you know.
No, but again, the thing is, and I got to put it back to you in this context. When you release something into the public domain, it becomes available for all to use. So it's again, if you guys are going to make the choice to release that information out there, or your clients are making that choice by clicking the box or checking the box, we have to be aware that there's going to be people that are going to aggregate that data, and they're going to use that data to do analysis and try to understand trends and find norms and find unique things, right?
Yeah, think of it.
The good thing about it is
the Grateful Dead taping policy, right? The Grateful Dead taping policy was not like the favorite child of the record industry, which says, look, if you're trying to sell records, you shouldn't let people come to your concerts and tape you. But by people coming to the concerts and taping them, all that information got out, and all the tape trading and the whole Grateful Dead culture grew because they had this taping thing. So it's kind of like, again, putting stuff out in the open domain. Garcia used to say, hey, man, when we're done playing with it, they can have it. You know, like they've already played those notes, and it's
Record
totally
labels
cool.
hated that shit.
Yeah, well, and that's I got to point out the big difference there is that was an art, and there is a business of science and cannabis, and if you fail to recognize that, then you're missing the whole point.
No, listen, it's just like anything. You can choose to give it away, or you can choose to keep it. That doesn't matter what you're involved in. Elon Musk gave his patents away, billions of dollars in value, because
let's be honest. He gave some patents away, and he kept some. Sure, but he also kept a bunch for himself, right?
Sure.
And it's a business decision. I mean, and it's whoever fucking collects and makes the data's decision to do that on their own. I mean,
exactly.
why are you gonna go spend a bunch of time figuring something out for a business purpose,
right,
and then give it away for free to everybody else? That makes no sense. I mean, Alec, you're not gonna come up to Canada and teach us how to set up a lab with your protocols and your logos and your everything.
Sense within that mechanism, but it makes
we would.
Certain people in trying to make the world a better place. It happens.
Yeah, it does happen, but I'm just saying it's a difference in business style, and
yes,
I think that it's also one that's like it's heavily argued by the people that aren't doing this type of work, right? I mean, everybody wants, hey man, I really like that shirt that you wear. Why don't you make me one of those shirts? Or I don't know. I think a lot of this hippie stuff comes off as disingenuous, right?
Hey, and check this out. In Wired, they actually posted that Tesla gave away all of his patents.
Really?
Yeah, they posted that in Wired. Yeah, if you Google it, Tesla just gave away all its patents away to its competitors using the term ALL. It happens. And the guy's still worth what, $3-4 billion?
Wow.
I don't think it hurt him yet. But then again, there's bands like the Grateful Dead and Fish that gave away their music, that at the time they were doing it, the mechanism for profit only existed in keeping it and selling it back to the fans. They shattered through that and created something that a lot of us would argue is better.
Yeah, well, listen, bands make their money. Bands don't make money through selling records. Bands make money by touring.
No, but record labels used to make money.
I know they did, but the bands didn't themselves. I mean, I've cut an album and talked to record companies, and I know a little bit about how it works. And it's like, if you're an artist dealing with record companies, you don't make any money. You make money on your touring, you make money on your merchandising rights and whatever. But you might be lucky if you get 50, 60, 70 cents for a compact disc. So.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think they could also shut down a lot of videos on YouTube. There's videos just about of every band other than Prince who had his police go through there and completely take off all Prince content from YouTube. But the argument is that the people who post those YouTube videos, a lot of them are pirated, are not the owners of that copyrighted music information. But the people who have the copyright aren't rushing to take that stuff down because it provides publicity for them and ultimately gains in value. So if you let a strain out or variety out and it wins a cannabis cup and everyone likes it and all the growers want it, and you just decide, hey, we're just going to kind of let this go, that can be a much more powerful business model in cannabis, kind of like in the same way, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of ways to protect IP. I mean, it's like the Coca-Cola secret. Coca-Cola's never registered the Coca-Cola secret. You don't go to the patent office and say this is how we do it. Again,
not a patent.
Yeah,
right.
Again, you don't teach your competitors how to do it. And the way that cannabis is regulated and it's so tightly controlled, at least in these regulated systems that are developing in Germany, Australia, and Canada, and other countries that are doing federal legalization, you're not walking out of a facility with a plant. Okay. You're just not going to do it. You're not going to be able to do it. And if you're a big company, you're also not going to label it from the production room. You're not going to call it, this is my CBG dominant, type 2 terpenoline plant. You're not going to label the plant. It's going to be X7496316. Yeah. And the people that are doing the production, they're only going to know that plant is that tag, and they're never going to know what it is in the output. So because it doesn't matter to them. They're just making a product. They're just a worker in a production line. So there's lots of ways that you can protect these things. You don't need to go out and patent stuff. You can develop unique things and profit from them without doing that. And that's a choice that every individual business is going to make on their own.
Yep. Well said, Chimera. Well said.
Controversial topic. Awesome. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it really is. I like it. It's you know what, I like having conversations that people are uncomfortable to have in this day and age, and conversations that trigger things that try to shut the conversation down, to me means there's value in that conversation, and it's one we should be having.
Awesome.
Yeah, and you know what? You guys have been very respectful in the way that conversation was played out today. I mean, I've seen this conversation unfold online, and the immediate thing is, those assholes, they're doing this and that, and they're Monsanto. I mean, the title of the article is Monsanto. It's not Monsanto. These are like old-time researchers that developed.
But that's the ultimate trigger word. If you want to shut someone down and you want people not to look too deep and you just want to shut it right down, then Monsanto is they're your guys. Just
right. So what's the agenda of the person that started the article? What's the agenda of the author? Right? I mean, it's like we can start questioning everybody's agenda.
Yeah,
right?
no, 100%. And that's the thing. It goes back to that whole reality that the things that we don't understand, we often viscerally will reject or, take offensively, and it's so much more complicated and complex of a topic, and I think a lot of people in the same positions would absolutely go that direction of, going to file intellectual property around around their work. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thing because, if they're smart enough to have done that and already locked up all the type 2 non-myrcene strains, it's like is there anybody else that is going to go figure out like the pentols before them or all the other super unique pathways before them?
Well, think of this, Alex. Think of it this way. Imagine they lock up all this stuff and stuff that people didn't even know existed, but now they do. They're late to the game, and now they're looking for things that are specifically not those things that got locked up. They're going to unveil things that are even further and deper down the rabbit hole.
No, that's awesome. That's actually the perfect answer, I think, because, when it all comes down to it, it doesn't fucking matter, philosophically, ethically, whatever, as long as it's there and available at some point, even if it's being licensed, then it's still the move. I mean, it's still progressing the whole agenda of the plant.
Yeah. I always have faith in cannabis.
Listen, it's like the bubble bags. I mean, the bubble bag, they came out and now you pay a licensing fee to the guy who had the patent on it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, that's what's going to happen. I mean, I don't think these guys are. I think there's actually laws around it. You can't patent stuff and then withhold licensing, right?
Yeah.
So you have to license it to people.
Yep. Exactly. And it's fine. Like I fought it for the longest time. And the more I looked at it, the more I realized as I followed the history back that it was like, listen, this was like for 100% sure, the bags themselves were developed based on this machine that Reinhardt had patented. Regardless of any other part of the story, the bags that I made my bags from were created based on Reinhardt's machine. Literally staring at his machine, watching it work. Can't really get around that to me. Nice. That is the birth of the bags, were the Reinhardt's ice cold extractor machine. And I'm happy to have paid the royalties out from the beginning. I didn't just start in like 2013. I paid from 1999, from the day the company was created, all the way till, the future next 100 years plus.
Dude, that's fascinating because you've actually been through the whole reality.
Dude, I went through a 7-year court case with Reinhardt Delp. Now we're like partnered up on some projects, and I've paid him his money for the patent. And I try to tell other people that are, selling bags, I'm just like, look, you might want to look into this. It's not worth the litigation. And it's the guy's superly not greedy, but he'll hit you hard if you try to fuck with him for a decade.
Won't his patent be over in a couple of years?
He's got an end to his patent in 2018, but if you look into patents, there's all sorts of different ways to extend them.
Yep.
Brave new world.
They never really end if they don't want them to.
And how much, and patents are only as good as their ability to be enforced. And, but that's the thing. People are getting pretty sophisticated with that whole side of litigation shit too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, people are used to a world where you pay $100, you get 10 seeds, and then you do what you want with them for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Well, it's the wild, wild west, dude. Cannabis industry for the longest time is like the wild, wild west, where people just do whatever they want, however they want. And now the legal mechanism says, well, actually, there's a whole bunch of things you have to change if you want to play in the legal mechanism that only fit in your prohibition-based model. you're going to have to leave a lot of this stuff behind. Like, these are the mechanisms of business that are available. They're all different tools.
Yeah, well, can I interject there too, and extend it to say it's not even the mechanism of business. It's like, guys, we got to stop spraying myclobutanol on your plants. You got to stop fucking spraying bifenazate and fluoromite and forbid 4F and Avid. It's like, these are also things that we have to leave behind. It's not okay to assume and say, this is how I've gotten by for the last 50 years. I'm not willing to change. Because you know what? We have to accept the new paradigm. We have to, in order to be taken seriously and treat our clients with respect, we have to adapt. Everybody needs to raise their game, like everybody.
Yeah, and treat the plant with the utmost respect and integrity, because otherwise it'll shake your ass off.
Yep. And the market will too. I mean, look what happened with these companies that have been spanked in Canada for having.
Dude, the myclobutanol thing is destroying some folks.
I mean, to me, I mean, Organigram, I mean, that was a brand killer. It was an absolute brand killer. You know?
Yeah, wasn't there a huge public removal of the CEO and everything?
Oh yeah, yes. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty, but it wasn't the CEO's fault. You know, that they were a little bit a victim themselves, and you know, they're negligent because they didn't monitor it, but they hired a production company to come in and run their grow.
Oh wow! Well,
Right.
dude, that's the reality though. It's a really difficult thing to grow cannabis, especially in like abundance and on a huge scale. You know, if you don't have incredible knowledge doing IPM and organic, you know, prevention stuff, you know,
Yeah, and protocols.
I think it's going to weed most people out on their own based off their like chasing of fool's goals, you know, to like ramp too quick.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with the mites, and it happens in the black market. And you're seeing this, and you guys have published these great graphs that I use on Twitter that show, you know, the level of contamination. But this is what happens: is people, they see a pest at like week 2 and they spray, and it ends up in the flowers, and it's too much of an investment for that person to lose. They've got their future wrapped up in their $40,000 or $80,000 that's coming down out of the crop, even if it's $5,000. You know, people they're so counting on that money to get by.
They've already spent it, dude.
Or maybe
Oh
it's,
yeah,
you know,
I
it's,
spent it.
listen, it's not always Ferraris. Sometimes it's rent, you know, I mean, or food, right? It's like to these people, this is
Sometimes it's $25,000 glass pieces.
Yeah, but sometimes it's like the ability to eat, right? Or the ability to pay your rent or your mortgage, right? So there's a heavy incentive to protect with your investment, and that's why we need regulation, right? It's because, as we've seen, just leaving it to the market and letting people do what they want and expecting that they're going to act responsibly has been shown that it doesn't work, right? We need regulation. We need to have a set of rules that everybody has to play by if you want to participate in the market.
There it is.
You know, I know people don't like hearing that, but it's the truth. It's like, it's not okay to me.
I like hearing it.
It's not okay to put on myclobutanol weed or avid weed or bifenazate weed or, you know, whatever, fluoromite weed on the market. It's not okay.
Well, that's just one of the trippiest parts, kind of, you know, is, I mean, because a lot of, because back in the day before we opened up SC Labs, I worked at, big hydro store kind of chain in Santa Cruz. And yeah, I mean, you see, really, there's a divide. You see really well-intentioned people that are so of this plant and like this do no harm and would never even imagine spraying one of those things, you know. But then there's other people that, are well-intentioned and they're trying to do good. But yeah, man, this is a cash crop, and crop loss, even the smallest amount is so huge to people that are living grow to grow.
Dude,
overspending, don't have their farm plan down, And then there's even further the people that just don't give a fuck because they're trying to make as much money as they can, And so I think that significant spectrum of the type of person that's working with this plant is going to really come out.
If you go into a hydro store pretty much anywhere in Canada, not all of them, but almost all of them, and you ask for Nova under the counter, they'll sell it to you, no tax, cash sale, no receipt, and they're not allowed to do that. It's like it's against the fucking pesticide regulations for them to sell it to anybody that's not, that's not a trained.
Well, most hydro stores do and have historically in the past also been the biggest slangers of like PGRs, And it's because a significant demand for those exists. And if you don't have them, they'll go to the neighboring hydro store.
Yeah, they're beholden to their customer. Listen, any industry where they're beholden to the customer, you know, like even doctors writing prescriptions for opioids or whatever. You know, the doctor in the States, at least, it's not as bad in other countries where it's not a privatized healthcare system. But it's one thing I definitely noticed in the States is that the doctor is beholden to the client, and the customer is the patient in that case. He is the one that's paying the bill. If you go in and you ask for Zoloft or T3s or even OxyContin,
benzos,
yeah, they'll give it to you, right? Because they're beholden to you. It's like you're their client. They're making money off you. You're paying their rent. You're paying they're putting the bread on their table.
No, you're right. And that's a significant flaw in the ability for, I don't know. Yeah.
It's what makes me nervous about how many dispensaries we have that aren't forced to test. You know, if they're not forced to test, will they test? Or will a lot of that product get sold to people that are, you know, patients?
Man, I'd listen. I yap about this on Twitter all the time, but like, I'd love to be on side of the Canadian dispensaries, and I unfortunately can't because most of them refuse to test. Most of them refuse to demand testing from their MAR growers. And it's bullshit because I've seen cities you know, how California's done it. I've seen how Berkeley, California has done it. I mean, right. They have a dispensary market where it's member patient cultivators. It's all home growers, right? It's like the same type of people that are supplying the dispensaries in Canada, but they require that you test the medicine to show that it's clean before it ends up on the shelves. And it can be done. And those people can produce. And patients can make money. They can be part of the industry. But creating a situation and calling it a dispensary where you're allowing untested medicine on the market, I'm sorry, I can't get behind it. I would never buy dispensary weed in Canada. I wouldn't do it. Right?
Well, you know, there's also this really huge kind of thing happening in California right now. I mean, it's turned into like one of the biggest like social media like troll wars that I've ever seen take place. And you know, basically there was this you know, I don't know if any of you are familiar with, but there's this in California there's this proposition called Prop 65, and Prop 65 makes you basically have to label and put up signs that say, you know, this product is known to the state of California to cause cancer and birth defects and blah blah blah. And so what you have are these like ambulance chasing lawyers that will basically go and document like repeated kind of violations of not having signs in certain retail spaces, you know, to say that type of Prop 65 claim. And so, you know, in a lot of industries, the Prop 65 thing it's a really kind of lame kind of lawyer chasing kind of like litigation scam kind of thing. But what just happened is they just on the California Attorney General websites, you know, they just published like 650 lawsuits like for Prop 65 to a lot of the biggest fucking brands and companies throughout California, because there were all these samples, I guess, that were independently just pulled off shelves and then tested and then found to have pesticides in them. And then they basically used the pesticides as a way to do this Prop 65 litigation claim.
In cannabis.
And so yeah, so it's crazy. So, you know, there's these spreadsheets basically that have like most and all of the biggest, like, you know, cartridge companies and stuff in California, and they're, you know, they just all have on the spreadsheet and have like what pesticides they all failed for. And so you know, you basically, people are like just reposting it on Instagram when they have thousands or hundreds of thousands of followers, and you know, just creating these huge kind of wars where these trolls are basically then going and doing like these mass attacks on these different brand pages, you know, of all these people saying you're poisoning patients. And then, you know, in return, you know, all these different companies are, you know, posting all these clean lab results, trying to be like, we test clean, you know. And so, and it's funny because, you know, most people that, you know, test clean, you know, probably have more failing tests than they have clean tests, you know. But there's not this, you know, that's one of the holes in the way testing currently exists, you know, because when the sampling isn't 100% being done by like a state certified sampling agent or, you know, somebody of non kind of bias potential, then you could test anything, and then anything can be posted, and there's no kind of necessarily integrity, I guess, based in the full testing scheme, but that's what it's going to be, kind of I definitely believe is going to be fixed with kind of the regulation in California coming up, because that's similar to the way Oregon did it. Is they require the lab or a state certified sampling lab that just does that on its own to kind of then basically do the statistically valid sampling of the batches, and then tamper-proof sealing of the packaging, and then lab results are then, send samples are going to the lab, through the chain of custody process, blah, blah, blah. Results ultimately go through the quality system to be ultimately released. And then on the release, with the clean, bill of health or whatever, I guess, the certificate of analysis of clean herb, then it can go into the regulated market to be sold.
Yeah, and that's that's one thing that California's done really well. Canada has kind of tried to do this, and you have to record batch numbers, and you have to archive batch samples even, so that if there is a future issue, that the regulator can come in and access your archive essentially and pull out the corresponding sample. The Canadian failure, though, is that they've allowed companies to do first-party lab testing as opposed to third-party lab testing.
Yeah, huge problem.
And that's a mistake. So there are some companies like Aurora, for example, that still choose to do third-party lab testing. But they have an in-house research lab, but the information that ends up on their package is done by a third-party testing lab. And I advise all my clients to always do third-party for your testing stuff, because it takes that impression out that you could be manipulating results.
Right.
When we do educational services through the Caldrius Network, it's one of the first things we teach families is if there's a company that won't provide third-party testing or won't share their test results, then you just don't use them.
Bingo.
Period.
Bingo.
Because clean testing is something to be proud of. So they're either not doing it or they have something. If you have clean tests, you're showing them because it's great.
Well, listen, there's a little bit of a financial thing at play too. I mean, in California, there's so many testing labs that the prices come down and it's quite competitive. In Canada, there's not that level of access. And there's actually extra tests that are required, like heavy metals, that are actually much more expensive to perform than just.
But not $1,000 motherfucking dollars, dude. There's poaching happening up there, dude.
No, well, for a full battery of tests, like a full battery of tests, including aflatoxins and cannabinoids, terpenes, aflatoxins, microbial, heavy metals. Yeah, it costs $1,000.
That's still taxed, though. That's almost that's really. I mean, that full thing kind of should kind of
Keep in mind, our $1,000 is like 700 of yours.
Oh yeah, no, that helps, because I was gonna say 400 to 500. I think is kind of around where that would be. That's where it's kind of evening out in Oregon.
It's like 50% more expensive up here, but everything is 30% more expensive because of the exchange.
And alcohol is doubly expensive.
Yeah, even more than doubly.
No, I'm with John Mayer. Alcohol's a con.
Yeah, it is a con. That's awesome.
I have no use for it in my life.
Awesome. That's a great answer. There's no spiritual significance to alcohol.
Yeah, well, that's also why it's twice the price. It's all tax, right? It's the government trying to convince you not to do it, and if you are going to do it, they're going to tax you on it now, so that when you end up in the healthcare system later on, you've already paid into it.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It's true.
It's the reality, though. I mean, that's the way it works.
We want those people drinking booze to pay for our healthcare.
Well, they pay for their healthcare is what they do, right?
Well, but they pay for ours too. Anyway, I think that was a solid 4 hours and 7 minutes. Great conversation, guys. Wonderful Hash Church today. We're 2 away from 3-year anniversary. So hopefully in the next week or so, I'll have a plan set up, hopefully with Natasha, because she's much better at plans than I am. Plus she's really good at that sort of.
Don't make Natasha your secretary. She's a doctor.
Oh gosh, no, she's not my secretary, but she is an amazing facilitator of Hash Church. I think of her more as like a producer.
That's
of
awesome.
the show. She's really helpful. She gets great new people on there. She's actually, today she was going to get the guy who had his bong taken away in Ontario and then was like, he was standing out in front of the police station in his underwear puffing bong rips. And I was kind of like, maybe you should interview him before we just let him come on the show. But, you know, I listened to a couple of interviews with him, and the guy knows the rules to the ACMPR, and he's well spoken, and we'll probably end up having him on next week, at least for a little while, to tell us his insane. It's such a Canadian story. Like, he's literally bizarre. But
that's awesome.
Yes, thanks everyone. Alec from SC Labs, Forrest from the Caldrius Network, Wade from the House of Laughter, the House of Harlequin, sorry, Chimera, and Skunkman Sam and Dr. Scialdone. We had D420K. We had Dr. Natasha. We had Peter from the soil balance, and anyone that I forgot, apologies, but we've got next Sunday to make it up. We got at least 460 people still watching in the show. So I will end it as I do my wake and bakes. May the full melt bless all your bowls sooner or later. Peace out, everybody.
Yeah, big ups. This is an amazing event. Thank you so much for holding this space, Marcus.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Thank you guys for being in space with me. Peace, everybody.
This was actually 154, not 153, correct?
I make mistakes constantly. I'll go back and fix it. Thank you, Sam. Peace.